I tell you this now, as I have told countless men and women who once sat before me with tired eyes and hopeful hearts, that the greatest misunderstanding of the human race is the belief that life must be persuaded, convinced, or forced into giving us what we desire. This idea, more than any other, has kept humanity locked in effort, strain, and endless becoming. People believe they must earn life's agreement, that they must prove themselves worthy before life will finally say yes. I once believed this myself. I believed that if I worked harder, if I waited longer, if I struggled more nobly, life would eventually soften and reward me. I believed that fulfillment was something delayed, something conditional, something that required the right moment, the right circumstances, or the right amount of effort. And because I believed this, life echoed it back to me perfectly. It hesitated, it resisted, it withheld. It seemed to say no again and again. But there came a moment, quiet and unremarkable on the surface, when everything I thought I knew about effort, striving, and change collapsed within me. It was not dramatic. There was no thunder, no revelation shouted from the heavens. It was simply a realization so gentle and so final that it left no room for argument. I saw, with startling clarity, that life had never been resisting me at all. I was resisting life. I saw that the constant asking, the pleading, the hoping, the waiting were not signs of faith, but confessions of absence. Each request whispered the same hidden sentence, I do not yet have. And life, being the most faithful mirror imaginable, had been saying yes to that assumption all along. Yes, you do not have. Yes, you are still waiting. Yes, it is not yet. This is the law, whether one knows it or not. You see, life does not respond to words, nor to rituals, nor to desperate effort. Life responds to states of being. It answers not what you say you want, but what you quietly agree is true about yourself, when no one is watching, when no one is listening, when the world is silent. And for most people, that agreement is made unconsciously, again and again in moments they never question. Moments like lying awake at night, replaying the day. Moments like drifting into sleep with worry as a companion. Moments like waking each morning already braced for resistance. For years, I spoke of imagination as the creative power of God within man. I spoke of assumption as the law by which worlds are shaped. But it was only when I began to observe myself in those silent moments, especially at night, that I understood how completely effortless creation truly is. There came a time when I stopped asking. Not because I gave up, and not because I resigned myself to less, but because something in me finally understood that asking was unnecessary. Asking implies separation. Asking implies delay. Asking implies that the thing desired stands somewhere outside the self, waiting to be granted, and life will always say yes to that belief. Instead, I began to rest. I do not mean rest as inactivity, nor rest as laziness. I mean rest as inner consent, a quiet agreement with a new identity, Charat, a gentle assumption that what I had been reaching for was already mine to experience. And it was here, in this rest, that something extraordinary occurred. Life began to soften, not all at once, not in some theatrical display, but subtly, almost shyly at first. Conversations unfolded differently. Opportunities appeared without effort. Circumstances aligned without planning. People responded to me in ways they never had before. It was as though the world had been waiting for me to stop asking and start allowing. I remember noticing this change and thinking to myself, everything is saying yes to me. Not because I demanded it, not because I asserted dominance over life, but because I was no longer contradicting it within myself. You must understand this. Life never says no. It only echoes. When life seems to deny you, it is not refusing. It is confirming something you have already accepted as true. When doors do not open, it is not because they are locked, but because you have assumed you are not the one who enters freely. This realization did not come to me through effort, study, or force of will. It came in the most overlooked state of all, the state of surrender, just before sleep. That gentle interval when the body grows heavy, the senses withdraw, and the mind loosens its grip on the world of appearances. In that state, the guard at the gate steps aside. During the day, the rational mind argues. It measures. It compares. It objects. It reminds you of history and probability and reason. But at night, when you lay down the burdens of the day, the rational mind grows quiet, and something deeper takes the stage. This is the moment when assumptions sink. This is the moment when identity is impressed. This is the moment when life listens most closely. Most people waste it. They fall asleep carrying the weight of the day they do not want, rehearsing conversations that went poorly, replaying worries about tomorrow, quietly affirming lack, delay, and struggle, one final time before drifting into unconsciousness. And life, faithful as ever, says yes. Yes. Tomorrow will resemble today. Yes. The problem continues. Yes. Nothing changes. I did this for years without knowing it. But when I stopped, when I let go of the habit of mental struggle and allowed myself to fall asleep in agreement with a different state, the world had no choice but to reorganize itself around that agreement. I am not speaking of forcing thoughts or repeating words mechanically. I am speaking of a feeling so subtle it is often mistaken for nothing at all. A quiet knowing, a sense of completion, a restfulness that implies, without argument, that all is well. It was not hope. Hope still looks forward. It was knowing, and knowing lives now. This is why effort fails so many people. Effort carries tension, and tension carries the confession that something is missing. Life does not correct that confession. It confirms it. The great mistake is believing that the yes of life must be earned. It cannot be earned, because it is already given. It can only be accepted. And acceptance does not happen through struggle. It happens through relaxation, through consent, through assuming without fanfare that the thing desired is already part of one's being. When I say that everything began to say yes to me, I do not mean that the world suddenly became generous. The world has always been generous. I simply stopped saying no within myself. I stopped contradicting my desire with effort. I stopped postponing fulfillment with hope. I stopped separating myself from my good with asking. And I did this, quite unintentionally at first, by how I allowed myself to fall asleep. Sleep is not rest from creation. Sleep is the womb of creation. It is the one moment in every day when you stop interfering with yourself. That is why I tell you now, before anything else, do not concern yourself yet with methods or techniques. Do not ask what words must be spoken, or what images must be held. That will come in its own time. For now, understand only this. The state you consent to as you drift into sleep is the state life agrees. If you fall asleep as the one who is waiting, life will say yes to waiting. If you fall asleep as the one who is striving, life will say yes to struggle. If you fall asleep as the one who quietly knows, life will say yes to knowing. There was a night indistinguishable from any other, when I lay down not to ask, not to plan, not to solve, but simply to be. And from that night onward, the rhythm of my life changed. Not because I forced it to, but because I finally stopped resisting its agreement. You are here now because something in you already senses this truth. You would not be listening otherwise. There is a part of you that is tired of effort, tired of chasing, tired of believing that fulfillment is always one step away. That part of you is wise, and if you stay with me a little longer, you will discover that the door you have been searching for has never been locked. It has only been overlooked. For the one who understands how to enter sleep correctly no longer asks life for permission. Life simply says yes. Listen carefully now, and let these words settle gently within you, because what I am about to say has the power to explain years, perhaps a lifetime, of confusion, disappointment, and quiet wondering. Most people move through life with the feeling that they are being refused. They may not use that word, but they feel it. They feel it when affection does not return their gaze. They feel it when money seems to slip through their fingers, no matter how carefully they plan. They feel it when peace feels temporary, fragile, always interrupted by the next concern. Life appears to say no, again and again. No to love. No to security. No to ease. No to rest. And because this no appears so consistently, people assume it must be coming from the world itself. They blame circumstances, other people, chance, fate, or even God. They say, life has been unkind to me, or the world is unfair, or some are blessed and others are not. Yet I tell you, with absolute certainty, born of experience, life has never denied anyone anything. The denial is always internal. Life does not possess a voice of its own. It does not argue, judge, or withhold. Life only reflects. It only echoes. It only mirrors back what is silently assumed to be true. Imagine standing before a mirror and frowning at your reflection. The mirror does not decide to frown back. It cannot choose otherwise. It simply reflects what is presented to it. If you smile, the mirror smiles. If you turn away, the reflection disappears. The mirror has no initiative of its own. So it is with life. When life seems to say no to your desires, it is not expressing a decision. It is reflecting a state. And that state, however subtle, however long forgotten, has been accepted within you as normal, natural, and true. This is why effort feels exhausting. Effort is born from the belief that something stands between you and what you desire. Effort implies resistance. It implies opposition. It implies that the world must be persuaded, convinced, or overcome. And because effort itself carries the feeling of struggle, life faithfully says yes to struggle, yes to delay, yes to obstacles, yes to repetition of the same patterns. You may have noticed this in your own experience. The harder you try to make something happen, the more it seems to slip away. The more you chase approval, the more distant it becomes. The more you strain for financial security, the more precarious it feels. This is not coincidence. It is law. The world you see is not the cause of your experience. It is the shadow cast by your inner state. And a shadow cannot be changed by rearranging the light on the wall. It can only be changed by altering the object that casts it. People say to me, "But Neville, I see rejection. I see lack. I see limitation. How can I deny what my eyes tell me?" And I answer them gently. I am not asking you to deny what you see. I am asking you to understand why you see it. What you call reality is delayed feedback. It is yesterday's assumption made visible today. When someone says, "No one chooses me," and feels that quietly, habitually, almost unconsciously, life says yes, by arranging encounters that confirm that feeling. When someone assumes money is always difficult, life says yes, by making every financial exchange feel strained. When someone lives with the sense that peace is temporary, life says yes, by ensuring that calm never lasts long. The world is not cruel. It is precise. And this precision is what makes the law so reliable and so misunderstood. Life does not argue with you. It does not correct you. It does not override your assumptions for your own good. It accepts them completely and expresses them faithfully. This is why the same patterns repeat across years and decades. The faces may change, the locations may change, the details may shift slightly, but the feeling remains the same. The same disappointments, dressed in new clothing, arrive again and again. Not because you are cursed, but because you are consistent. Most people do not realize how deeply they have agreed with certain states. They have lived with them so long that they no longer feel chosen. They feel factual. They feel like just the way things are. But nothing that feels normal is necessarily true. It is only familiar. Life does not respond to your wishes. Wishes are weak. Wishes confess absence. Life responds to what you accept as yourself, to what you live from, to what you quietly assume when effort drops away. This is why words alone do nothing. A man may say, "I am confident," and yet feel inferior. Life responds to the feeling. A woman may say, "I am prosperous," and yet feel anxious about money. Life responds to the anxiety. The spoken word means nothing unless it is backed by the inner state. This is why I repeat, again and again, life does not respond to your words. It responds to your state. The state is the sum total of how you feel about yourself and your place in the world when you are not trying to impress anyone. It is who you are when you are alone. It is who you are when you are tired. It is who you are when you stop thinking about becoming something else. And for most people, that state has been shaped by years of reaction rather than choice. They reacted to childhood experiences. They reacted to disappointments. They reacted to loss. They reacted to rejection. And each reaction felt deeply and repeated often enough, hardened into assumption. Life then had no choice but to say yes. Yes, this is who you are. Yes, this is how things go for you. Yes, this is what you can expect. The illusion of effort arises because people believe they must fight the reflection instead of changing the source. They attempt to rearrange shadows while standing in the same position. They push against effects while leaving causes untouched. This is why they feel tired. This is why progress feels slow. This is why even success, when it comes, feels fragile and temporary. But the moment you understand that the no you have been hearing is not a verdict, but an echo, everything begins to soften. There is nothing to battle. There is nothing to convince. There is nothing to force. There is only something to assume. And assumption is not effort. It is consent. It is the quiet acceptance of a new identity, a new relationship to life, a new sense of self that does not argue or justify itself. It simply is. Think of an echo in a canyon. The canyon does not decide what sound to return. It does not improve it or diminish it. It repeats exactly what it hears. If you shout fear, fear returns. If you whisper confidence, confidence returns. The canyon has no preference. Life is the same. When you understand this, the world stops feeling hostile. It stops feeling random. It stops feeling unfair. You realize that it has been obedient all along, painfully obedient, lovingly obedient. It has been saying yes to you in every moment, even when you believed it was refusing you. And this understanding is not meant to blame you. There is no condemnation here. You did not choose your assumptions knowingly. You inherited many of them. You absorbed them before you had language to question them. But now you are awake enough to choose differently. And when you begin to see life not as an adversary, but as a mirror, something remarkable happens. The need to struggle fades. The need to force dissolves. You stop asking, why won't life give this to me? And begin asking, who am I being that life is agreeing with? This single question, held gently, will explain more about your life than years of effort ever could. For when you change the state, the answer life gives must change as well. It cannot do otherwise. Before we go any further, allow me to stand plainly before you, not as a man seeking followers, not as one trying to persuade you by charm or by spectacle, but simply as a witness. My name is Neville. I did not come to you through the avenues that many call modern. I have no need for noise, for novelty, for the endless shouting of opinions that fills the world. In my day there were no glowing screens in every hand, no ceaseless stream of voices competing for your attention. A man spoke when he had something to say, and those who listened did so not in haste, but in quiet seriousness. I spoke in lecture halls. I spoke in small rooms where men and women gathered, because something within them had grown tired of surface explanations. They had worked and worried and tried every external method, and yet life remained strangely unchanged. They came not for entertainment, but for understanding, and what I shared with them night after night was never a new religion. It was never a modern philosophy dressed in attractive language. It was not positive thinking, nor was it mere optimism, nor a polite attempt to feel better while life remained the same. What I speak of is law. It is as impersonal as gravity. It is as faithful as the rising of the sun. You do not deserve gravity, and you do not earn it. It simply operates. And this law of which I speak operates, whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, whether you approve of it or not. You have been using it all your life. The only tragedy is that most have used it unconsciously, and so they imagine that life is doing something to them, instead of realizing they are doing everything through the state from which they live. Now, if you are listening and you are in that season of life where experience has made you cautious, where you have watched promises come and go, where you have seen many fashionable ideas rise and collapse, I understand you. There is a wisdom that comes with years. A man of 45, 55, 65 does not want glitter. He wants something solid. He wants something that can be tested and proved in the quiet of his own life. So I tell you plainly, test it. Do not take my word as an article of faith. Do not believe because my tone seems confident. Believe only because you prove it in your own experience. The law does not ask for blind belief. It asks for application. I was raised in a world where the Bible was present in the speech of men, in the music of the churches, in the moral language of the day, and yet most read it as history, as biography, as moral instruction, as something that happened long ago to other people in distant lands. I tell you, the Bible is not history. It is not biography. It is not secular chronology. It is a psychological drama. It is the greatest book ever written on the power of human imagination, presented in symbols so that the unawakened would read it as outer events, and the awakened would recognize it as inner truth. When Scripture speaks of God, it is not speaking of a being in the sky, separated from you by distance. It is speaking of the very awareness that is reading these words right now. It is speaking of your own wonderful human imagination. It is speaking of that inner I am that precedes all description. The ancients did not understand the mechanics of the mind in the way modern men like to speak of them. But they understood something far deeper, that man is not merely flesh reacting to a world outside himself. Man is consciousness, and the world is his expression. So when I speak of imagination, I do not mean idle daydreaming. I do not mean fantasy as an escape. I mean the creative power itself, the workshop in which all realities are first formed before they become visible in the world of facts. You may say, Neville, this sounds like religion. And I say to you, it is not religion as the modern world has twisted it into. It is not a system of outer worship. It is not a demand that you accept doctrines or repeat phrases to satisfy a distant deity. It is a revelation of your own nature. It is the recognition that the cause of your life is within you, and that what you call circumstances are effects, delayed but faithful, of what you have been assuming to be true. And you may say, is this not just positive thinking? No. Positive thinking is often nothing more than a nervous smile placed upon fear. It is a man repeating words while secretly doubting them. It is a woman trying to be cheerful while feeling wounded inside. It is surface paint applied to a structure that remains unchanged. What I teach is not surface. It is state. It is not the chatter of the mind. It is the feeling of being. It is the deep inner acceptance that something is already so, even if the senses deny it for a time. A man can think positive and still feel rejected. A man can think positive and still feel poor. And life will say yes to the feeling, not to the words. So I do not ask you to decorate your mind with pleasing sentences. I ask you to move into a new dwelling place within yourself, to occupy a new state, to become internally what you desire to express externally. That is a different thing entirely. Now, I speak with confidence because I have watched this law operate in the lives of countless people, not saints, not mystics, ordinary men and women with ordinary problems and ordinary longings. They came burdened, they came skeptical, they came tired, and some of them, not all, but some, did the one thing required. They tested it. They did not argue about it endlessly. They did not demand that it fit within the comfortable limits of their old beliefs. They tried it quietly, persistently, with sincerity, and life answered them. Not because life rewarded them, but because life reflected the change of state they had entered. I have seen people revise the past and watch the present rearrange itself as though the past had truly changed. I have seen relationships soften without effort, simply because the inner story changed. I have seen money come through channels the person could never have predicted, because the consciousness of lack was replaced by the consciousness of sufficiency. I have seen doors open that reason insisted were sealed. And in every case, the story was the same. They stopped fighting the mirror and changed the face. That is why I speak as I do. Not as a man selling hope, but as a man reporting law. If you are 45 or 65, you have lived long enough to know that much of what is offered to you in the world is noise. Methods without substance, promises without foundation, excitement that fades by morning. This will not fade, because it is not excitement, it is understanding. And understanding, once it truly enters you, does not depend on mood. It becomes part of your way of seeing. It becomes part of your nature. Now, if I have any authority at all, it is not because I demand it. It is because the law proves itself when applied. And if you apply it, you will have the only authority that matters, your own experience. You will not need to believe in Neville, you will believe in the law, because you will have witnessed it. And that is what I want for you. Not admiration, not agreement, not applause. I want you to be free from the superstition that life is outside you. I want you to be free from the exhausting belief that you must earn the yes of the world through struggle. Because there is a yes deeper than all circumstances. A yes that does not begin in society or money or other people. A yes that begins in the center of your own being. And when you discover that yes and learn how to live from it, you will watch life respond as it always has. Faithfully, precisely, inevitably. It will begin to say yes to you, not because you begged, not because you forced, not because you chased, but because you finally spoke from the only place that creates the state within. There is a reason the day feels like a wall. There is a reason you can sit in a chair at noon, with the sun high, and make 1,000 noble resolutions, and yet by evening you are still the same man with the same burdens, the same habits, the same quiet, no repeating in the background of your mind. The day is loud. The day demands proof. The day is a marketplace of facts, and every fact argues with you as though it were the final authority. The day places its hands upon your shoulders and says, "Look here, this is what is true. This is what you must accept. This is what you must endure." And if you have lived long enough, you know how persuasive daylight can be. In the day you see the letter that worries you. You see the face that seems cold. You see the empty spaces, the unfinished tasks, the bills, the delays, the long stretch of time that appears to stand between you and what you desire. In the day, the senses sit like judges in a courtroom, each one giving testimony against your wish. And the rational mind, trained by years of repetition, rises and says, "Be reasonable, be careful, be realistic. Do not hope too much. Do not assume too much. Do not embarrass yourself by believing in what you cannot yet see." So you try to change your life by daylight, and you find yourself fighting the evidence of your own eyes. You try to become wealthy while looking at lack. You try to become loved while looking at rejection. You try to become free while counting the bars. And most do not realize that this struggle itself is the very thing that keeps them bound, because it is born from the assumption that the outer world is the cause, and that you must wrestle with it to obtain your good. But the night is different. The night is not merely the absence of sun. It is a sacred change of atmosphere within you. Each evening, without your permission, without your planning, without your effort, you are led toward a doorway. You may resist it for a time. You may distract yourself. You may sit with a book, or pace the room, or speak to someone, or keep a light burning, as though light could protect you from yourself. But eventually, the body grows heavy, the eyes grow tired, and the world begins to soften. And as it softens, something extraordinary happens. The outer man quiets. The one who argues begins to lose his grip. The senses, which in the day were demanding evidence, begin to relax their hold. It is not that you become unconscious at once. No. There is a strange borderland you pass through, a gentle place between wakefulness and sleep. And if you have ever noticed it, you will know exactly what I mean. It is the moment when you are still aware, but you are not as vigilant. You can hear sounds, but they no longer disturb you so much. You can think thoughts, but they drift rather than march. You can feel the body, but it becomes distant, as though it belongs to someone else. In the day you hold your mind like a clenched fist. At night the fist begins to open. And in that opening, the creative power of your being stands revealed. I tell you, the day is a stern teacher. It insists on the old story. It demands that you repeat what has been. The night is a gentle mother. It receives impressions without argument, and then it brings them forth in due season. This is why the ancient phrase is so beautiful. He giveth his beloved sleep. It is not speaking of physical rest alone. It is speaking of a gift, a chamber, a hidden altar within the human being, a place where the seed is planted, a place where the cause is chosen. You see, in the day, man is forever tempted to react. He reacts to faces. He reacts to numbers. He reacts to delays. He reacts to what another says or fails to say. He reacts to the way life appears at that moment. And his reaction is not harmless. His reaction is creative, because his reaction reveals his state, and his state is what life must echo. But at night, reaction weakens. At night, the old habits of fear lose their strength. At night, the mind does not fight so hard for its familiar sorrow. At night, something in you becomes receptive again, like the soil after rain, and that receptivity is not a small thing. It is everything. If you want to understand why so many people try for years and see so little, it is because they try to force change in the noisiest part of their own nature. They attempt to reshape the tree while arguing with every leaf. They attempt to change the mirror while staring into the glass. The night offers you a simpler way. Not an easier way, in the sense of laziness, but a simpler way in the sense of law. Because the night is the moment you can impress upon yourself what you wish to express in the world. You can plant the assumption when the gods are asleep. You can enter the state before sleep as one enters a sanctuary, not with strain, not with desperate effort, but with quiet authority. And here is the strange thing. Men search for power in dramatic gestures. They imagine that if their life is to change, it must change with thunder. But the greatest transformations I have witnessed have begun in silence. A man does not become different by shouting at himself all day. He becomes different when he accepts a new truth so deeply that the old truth loses its place. And that acceptance happens most naturally when the senses are dim, when the mind is soft, when the whole being is drifting toward rest. I did not first learn this as a theory. I learned it as a necessity, because, like many, I reached a point where I had tried all the outer ways of pushing. I had tried forcing myself to be courageous while feeling uncertain. I had tried making plans while still feeling that life was against me. I had tried controlling events while still carrying the inner conviction that events could control me. And I discovered something humiliating and liberating at the same time. In the day, I could speak beautifully about change, and yet in the quiet of my own heart, I was still saying no. No to myself. No to ease. No to the possibility that life could be friendly. No to the idea that my good could come without struggle. I would not have said it aloud. Of course, outwardly I might have appeared confident, but inwardly there was a subtle refusal. And life, being faithful, reflected that refusal. Not as punishment, but as mirror. Then I began to notice something. There were moments when, for reasons I could not explain, the whole structure of resistance would soften. It was not while I stood in the bustle of day. It was not while I argued with myself. It was not while I tried to make myself believe. It was always at night. Always in those last moments, when the world faded and the body became still. It was in that borderland that I would sometimes feel, for a brief instant, the relief of already having what I desired. Not as a dream of tomorrow, but as a fact of now. And in those instants, something in me loosened. The desperate seeking stopped. The tightness in the chest eased. The inner voice that always questioned and doubted became quiet. And when that happened, it was as though I had stepped out of a prison without fighting the bars. It was as though the door had been open all along, and I had only been too tense to notice it. I began to understand that the day is a stage, but the night is the workshop. The day shows you the finished scenes of past assumptions. The night is where you write the next act. And most men, not knowing this, go to bed as though it were the end of the day. They treat sleep as a collapse, as an escape, as a mere shutting down of the body. They carry into it the very state that wounded them all day. They carry worry into the bed. They carry resentment into the pillow. They carry fear into the darkness. They rehearse conversations that never happened. They replay failures. They count losses. They imagine worst outcomes. And then they drift into sleep as though dropping a seed into fertile ground. And then they wake and wonder why tomorrow looks like yesterday. But the law is not mysterious. It is exact. The last mood is the seed. The last feeling is the command. The last assumption is the mold. So I began to treat the night differently, not as an ending, but as a beginning. And the discovery was not dramatic at first. It was almost too quiet to be believed. I noticed that when I went to sleep feeling as though life was already settled in my favor, the day that followed had a different quality. Small things would move. People would respond differently. Opportunities would appear without strain. A burden would lift, and I could not point to any outer cause. And the more it happened, the more I realized something that many do not want to accept. We are not punished by life. We are not rewarded by life. We are mirrored by life. The world is not judging you. It is showing you. So if you have seen a long season of no, do not curse the world. Do not conclude that you are unlucky. Do not decide that you are excluded from good. Understand quietly that you have been living in a state that contains no, and life has simply been consistent with what you have been. Now here is where many will misunderstand me, and so I must be careful. When I speak of changing life by night, I do not mean that you must lie in bed and force the mind into some strained activity. I do not mean you must wrestle with thoughts until you are exhausted. I do not mean you must perform mental gymnastics or repeat words like a machine. No, the night is not for strain. The night is for surrender. The night is for acceptance. The night is for the gentle assumption of a new reality. It is for allowing, in that softened state, a new feeling to take possession of you. For when a feeling takes possession of you, it becomes your truth. And when it becomes your truth, the world must arrange itself around it. Now consider why the day resists. The day resists because the day is filled with responsibilities and interruptions. It is filled with the momentum of habit. It is filled with the pressure of time. In the day, the mind is always being called outward. The telephone rings, the door knocks. The work demands attention. Someone speaks. Something happens. And each event tries to recruit you back into the old state. If the old state is worry, the day provides endless reasons to worry. If the old state is insecurity, the day provides endless opportunities to feel slighted. If the old state is scarcity, the day displays prices and limitations like signs everywhere. So the day becomes a testing ground, and most fail the test. Not because the law is difficult, but because they have never learned the art of remaining faithful to a new state when the old evidence appears. But the night, mercifully, removes much of that pressure. The night does not ask you to answer anyone. The night does not demand that you manage appearances. The night gives you a private chamber where you can be honest with yourself and choose again. It is the one time in the day when the world cannot easily interrupt the inner act. That is why I call it an altar. For an altar is a place of offering. And in that borderland before sleep, you are offering something, whether you know it or not. You are offering your mood. You are offering your assumption. You are offering your concept of self. You are offering your yes or your no. And what you offer is accepted, not by a distant being, but by your own deeper self, the subconscious, the fertile womb of creation. Now, I will tell you something that may strike you as simple, and because it is simple, it will be missed by those who still believe that power must be complicated. The reason the night changes everything is because the night is when you stop defending your limitations. In the day, you defend them without knowing you are defending them. You say, well, that is just the way it is. You say, I have always been this way. You say, people like me do not get those things. You say, it is too late. You say, it is too hard. You say, it is not realistic. And these are not harmless statements. They are the walls. You do not see them as walls because you have lived with them so long. They feel like the horizon, but they are walls. At night, when you are drifting, those walls weaken. You do not have the strength to keep repeating them with conviction. And so, a new idea can enter without being attacked. A new feeling can rise without being crushed. A new I am can be spoken quietly. And the old I am not cannot shout it down as easily. So I say to you, the night is not only rest for the body, it is mercy for the mind. It is a doorway that life has placed in every day, so that no man can ever say, I had no chance to change. Every night you are given a chance. Every night you are offered a clean page. Every night you are carried to a place where the seed can be planted. Now I am going to say something that I want you to hear with the seriousness it deserves. I did not change my life by being awake. I changed my life by what I allowed myself to feel as I drifted into sleep. You may have thought the great moments were the moments of action. You may have imagined that change would come when you found the right strategy, the right conversation, the right plan. The turning point, the great quiet turning point, was when I began to notice what I was doing at night, and I decided to change that. I began to see that I was carrying the day's refusal into the night, and then wondering why life continued to refuse me. I began to see that I was going to sleep in the feeling of not yet loved, not yet secure, not yet successful, not yet free, not yet. And that not yet was a gentle form of no. It was a polite no. It was a no dressed as patience, but it was still no. And life, always faithful, responded accordingly. Then I began to do something else. I began to let the last thing be acceptance instead of longing. I began to let the last feeling be relief instead of strain. I began to let the last inner tone be gratitude instead of pleading. Not forced gratitude, not a performance, but the quiet gratitude that comes when you truly feel something is already done. And as I did this, something in me stopped arguing with good. Something in me stopped resisting the very life I wanted. It is strange, but it is true. Many men do not fail because they cannot imagine. They fail because they still feel unworthy. They still feel separate. They still feel that life must be persuaded to bless them. And so even when they attempt to imagine, there is a hidden tightening, a hidden skepticism, a hidden no. But as I used the night, that hidden no began to dissolve. I did not shout it away. I did not fight it. I simply replaced it. I did not try to destroy the darkness. I lit a candle, and in time, the room changed. Now I will not yet tell you exactly what to do, because I want you first to understand the meaning of it. I want you to feel the relief of this truth before you hear any instruction, because instruction without understanding becomes superstition. And I am not here to give you superstition. I am here to give you a law you can live by. So I will only tell you this for now. While I slept, something in me stopped saying no. It did not happen by force. It happened by gentle surrender. It happened because I began to realize that the night is when the deeper self listens. The night is when the inner world receives. The night is when the seed is planted. And the seed is not planted with effort. It is planted with feeling. So I began to care for my feeling at night, as a man would care for a precious thing. I began to guard the doorway, the way a man guards his home. I began to refuse to enter sleep, carrying a burden I did not want to carry into tomorrow. If the day had given me a scene of failure, I would not take it into the night and make it a prophecy. I would let it end with the sun. I would not let it become the last word, because the last word belongs to you, not to the world, not to the day, not to circumstances. The last word belongs to the state you accept as you drift into sleep. Now perhaps you have experienced this without understanding it. Perhaps there have been nights when you fell asleep in peace, and the next day seemed strangely smooth. Perhaps there have been nights when you fell asleep in worry, and the next day seemed heavy before it even began. And you may have called it chance. You may have called it mood. You may have called it nothing at all, but it was not nothing. It was law. What you sleep in, you rise in. What you accept as true in that quiet borderland, you will later meet as fact. The world may delay its reflection, but it cannot deny it. For the outer world is not free to be anything it wishes. It is compelled to mirror the inner state you occupy. So when I tell you that the night changes everything, I do not mean it as poetry. I mean it literally. The night changes everything because it changes you at the root. And when the root changes, the fruit must change. Now understand this. The night is not magical in itself. It is not the darkness that has power. It is the condition of receptivity that comes when the senses withdraw. It is the easing of that hard outer grip. It is the moment when the conscious mind, so proud and argumentative, becomes quiet enough to allow a new assumption to slip past its defenses. In the day, you are like a man standing at the door with a weapon, refusing entry to anything unfamiliar. You call it protection, but it is the protection of your prison. At night, the weapon lowers. At night, the door opens. At night, a new guest may enter, and that guest is your desired state. Now I ask you to consider something. If every night you pass through that doorway, then every night you are creating. There is no night where you are not planting something. You may plant weeds or you may plant wheat, but you are always planting. So the question is not, can I use the night to change my life? You are already using the night. The question is, what am I giving to it? What am I feeding the deeper self? What mood am I allowing to be the last impression? What story am I letting be the final scene before the curtain falls? For the final scene is not the end. It is the seed of the next act. This is why I say the day resists and the night accepts. Because the day is crowded with shadows and the night is close to the source. The day shows you what has been cast. The night is where you choose what you will cast. And if you have been living under a stubborn pattern, a pattern that feels like fate, a pattern that says no in your relationships, no in your finances, no in your health, no in your peace, then I tell you, you do not need to fight the pattern in daylight. You need to change the state that feeds it at night. For the pattern is not alive on its own. It is kept alive by feeling. It is kept alive by assumption. It is kept alive by the inner story that you quietly rehearse and then carry into sleep. So if you change what you carry into sleep, you change what you carry into life. Now let me speak to you gently, as one who understands how human beings are. Many of you are tired, not only tired in the body, but tired in the soul. You have tried for so long. You have worried for so long. You have carried responsibilities, disappointments, regrets, fears. You have endured a life that at times felt like a long argument with the world. And perhaps you are listening because you want relief, not mere comfort, but real relief. The kind of relief that comes when something inside you finally stops bracing itself for disappointment. I tell you, that relief is nearer than you think. It is nearer than any journey. It is nearer than any journey. It is nearer than any plan. It is at the edge of your pillow. It is in that quiet moment when you are drifting, when the day cannot shout at you anymore, when the world is dim and you are alone with your own being. In that moment, you can let something in you soften. In that moment, you can allow yourself to feel, if only faintly, the truth of already being what you desire to be. And in that moment, something begins to shift. Not outwardly at first, inwardly. And that inward shift is the only shift that matters, because the outer world must follow it. So I will leave you here just for now with this single truth, not as a technique, but as a revelation. The day resisted me, the night received me, and while I slept, something in me stopped saying no. That is all I will tell you at this stage, but hold on to it. Let it settle. Because if you can accept that the night is an altar, if you can accept that the last feeling is a seed, if you can accept that the borderland before sleep is the most fertile moment of your entire day, then you are already closer to your turning point than you have ever been. And you will begin to understand why I can say, without exaggeration, that a man may live for years trying to change his life by day, and then in one night, one quiet night of right acceptance, he can set in motion a change so complete that the world will soon look at him and wonder what happened. They will call it luck, they will call it timing, they will call it coincidence. But you will know that the yes began before the world said it. You will know that the world only echoed the yes that you finally allowed yourself to accept. And you will know that it happened not through struggle, not through outer force, but through what you surrendered to as you fell asleep. After I began to approach sleep, as I have described, I noticed something that at first seemed almost too ordinary to mention, and yet it was the most extraordinary thing in the world. Life softened, not in a sentimental way, not as though the world suddenly became a different world. The streets were the same. The buildings were the same. People still hurried about their business. The papers still carried their grim headlines. The days still brought their duties and their interruptions. Nothing outward announced. A miracle has occurred. And yet, everywhere I turned, there was a faint easing, as though the invisible hands that once held things shut had begun to loosen their grip. It was not that I woke one morning and found a fortune placed at my door. It was that the door that had always seemed locked no longer felt locked. I would take a step, and something would meet me halfway. I would speak to a man, and the conversation would go where it never went before. I would enter a room, and it would be as though I belonged there, not because I forced myself to appear confident, but because I had accepted, in the privacy of the night, the feeling of being welcomed by life. And once you have accepted that feeling, the world has no choice but to mirror it. Now I must tell you this carefully, because the human mind loves to turn everything into strain. When I say everything began to say yes, I do not mean that I chased yes. I did not begin to plead with people. I did not begin to bargain with circumstances. I did not begin to scheme and manipulate the outer world to produce results. If anything, the change was the opposite. The outer struggle fell away. The tightness left my thinking. The frantic measuring, is it working? Is it coming? When will it happen? Began to dissolve. And in its place there was a quiet expectancy. The natural expectancy of one who has already received. Do you understand what that does to a man? It changes his face without him trying. It changes his voice without him training it. It changes his timing without him planning it. A desperate man speaks too quickly, as though he must seize life before it escapes him. A fulfilled man speaks with ease, because he is not begging for permission to exist. So I found myself moving through the world with less inner resistance. And because the world is yourself pushed out, the world began to show me less resistance. I recall a simple incident, the kind of incident that would mean nothing to the one who does not understand this law. And yet to me, it was a trumpet. I was to meet a man regarding a matter that concerned me deeply. Something that in the old state would have filled me with nervousness long before the appointed hour. In the old state, I would have rehearsed arguments. I would have anticipated refusal. I would have prepared myself to be disappointed, as though disappointment were a form of wisdom. But that night, as I drifted towards sleep, I refused the old rehearsal. I let the day end where it stood, and I entered that borderland with a different feeling entirely. I assumed, quietly, naturally, that the meeting had gone beautifully. I did not strain to see details. I simply felt the relief of it being settled in my favor. I felt the warmth of friendly agreement. I felt the simple satisfaction of it is done. Then I slept. And the next day, when the meeting came, I did not walk into it as a petitioner. I walked into it as one who expected kindness, not demanded it, expected it. and it was as though the man before me had been waiting for permission to be generous. He offered what I had hoped for, without being cornered, without being pressed, without being forced. At one point, he even said something that struck me. I don't know why, but I feel this is the right way to do it. He thought it was his idea, and in a sense, it was because all men are moved by states, and states are contagious. I did not force him. I did not hypnotize him. I did not manipulate him. I simply occupied a state in which the world is friendly to me, and he, being part of my world, played his part naturally. Now let me tell you another. For the heart loves stories, and there is wisdom in them that the intellect often misses. There was a woman who had come to my lectures, an ordinary woman, not trained in any mystical language, not a philosopher, not a scholar. She had lived long enough to gather disappointments, the way some gather furniture, and she wore them like a heavy coat. Her complaint was simple and painful. Life has always said no to me, no to affection, no to respect, no to ease, no to recognition. She did not say these things dramatically. She said them with the tired certainty of someone who has repeated them. So often they feel like facts. And as she spoke, I could hear her state more clearly than her words. She was not merely describing a series of events. She was confessing an identity. I am the one to whom life says no. Now, I did not tell her to go out and demand that people change. I did not tell her to have long conversations or to plead her case. I told her to begin at night, to take one relationship, one that mattered deeply, and to enter sleep night after night in the feeling of being cherished, not as a hope, but as a present fact. Not I will be loved, but I am loved. And I told her to keep it simple, to imagine, if she wished, a small scene that implied it, perhaps the sound of a friendly voice speaking her name with warmth, perhaps the feeling of a hand held with sincerity, perhaps a simple phrase, I'm so glad you're in my life. But above all, to feel it real, and to fall asleep in that feeling, not as an act of effort, but as an act of surrender. Weeks later she returned, and there was a softness in her face that had not been there before. She did not come in with fireworks and proclamations. She came in almost bewildered. She said, it's the strangest thing. People have begun to treat me differently, and I cannot point to anything I did. A relative who had been distant wrote to her, not to ask for something, but simply to speak with affection. An old friend she had not seen in years met her by chance, what the world calls chance, and insisted they share an afternoon together. At her place of work, where she had felt invisible, her efforts were suddenly noticed, not because she had changed her actions dramatically, but because she had changed what she assumed she was. She said, it's as though I'm allowed now. And that is exactly it. She had given herself permission in consciousness. And because consciousness is the only reality, the outer world rearranged itself to match the new permission. You must understand the nature of this yes. It is not a noisy yes. It is not the yes of a crowd applauding you. It is the yes of life making way. It is the yes of the right word, arriving at the right time. It is the yes of a door that opens without the sound of breaking. It is the yes of circumstances that seem to conspire in your favor, not in a fantastical manner, but in that quiet, lawful way that leaves you with one conclusion. Something has shifted at the root. And so I began to observe this yes in the most varied forms. Sometimes it came through people. Sometimes it came through opportunity. Sometimes it came through what appeared to be delay at first, only to reveal itself later as perfect timing. And I began to see that the outer world, which once felt like an adversary, had never been an adversary at all. It had simply been the stage upon which my own assumptions played. When I assumed struggle, struggle appeared, faithful and obedient. When I assumed ease, ease appeared, faithful and obedient. The world is not against you. The world is for you in the only way it knows how, by reflecting you. I remember a time when I desired something that seemed, by all appearances, out of reach. It involved travel, arrangements, permissions, things that people like to call complicated. In the old way, I would have started by counting obstacles. I would have asked a dozen questions, all of them anxious. I would have tried to figure it out, which is another name for worshipping difficulty. But I did not do that. Night after night, I entered sleep in the simple feeling that it was already arranged. I felt the calm satisfaction of having returned from the journey pleased, as though it had already occurred. I did not wrestle with the how. I refused to touch it. Then, in the day, I did what felt natural, not frantic. And what happened was so simple, it would offend the man who demands drama. A person mentioned a connection. A conversation led to a letter. A letter led to an introduction. An introduction led to an opening. And each step appeared as though it had been waiting for me to arrive in the state that could receive it. Now, if you look only at the outer chain, you will call it coincidence. But if you know the law, you will see the inner cause. The state preceded the event. The feeling preceded the fact. The yes within preceded the yes without. Do you see why I insist that exaggeration is unnecessary? If I were to dress it up, if I were to shout and decorate it, it would only invite your doubt. The law does not need decoration. It needs recognition. The most convincing proof is always simple, almost quiet. It is the way a thing comes to you without strain. It is the way it arrives without you having to become a different man outwardly. First, it is the way life seems to cooperate with you, once you have stopped arguing with your own good. Now, perhaps you have heard people speak of luck. They will point to one man and say, everything goes his way. They will point to another and say, nothing ever works out for him. And they will treat it as though it were a mysterious distribution, a cruel lottery. But I tell you, it is not luck. It is law. It is state. It is assumption. The man to whom life says yes is the man who has accepted yes as his dwelling. He expects it, not arrogantly, naturally. He moves as though supported, and therefore he is supported. And the man to whom life says no is often not cursed by God. He is cursed only by the habit of his own inner refusal. He expects difficulty. He expects rejection. He expects delay. He expects disappointment. And the world, being faithful, gives him what he expects. So when you begin to change your nights, you are not merely thinking positively. You are selecting a new dwelling. You are changing your home within yourself. And then the outer world begins to furnish itself accordingly. I have watched this happen with money, which is one of the great arenas where men feel the world is hardest. A man will say, but Neville, money is real. Money is facts. Money is numbers. Money is accounts. And I tell him, money is a symbol, and behind the symbol is a state. The state is abundance, or the state is lack. Now I have known men who by every appearance were trapped. Their income was fixed. Their obligations were heavy. Their prospects looked narrow. And yet, when they began to enter sleep in the feeling of financial ease, notice I do not say riches beyond measure. If that feels unnatural to them, I say the feeling of ease, the feeling that bills are paid and there is plenty, the feeling that life is supportive. The outer world began to rearrange itself. One man did not win a fortune. He did not stumble upon a bag of gold. Instead, an old acquaintance offered him work that suited him, work that paid better, work that seemed to come without struggle. Another received a settlement from a matter long forgotten. Another found his expenses reduced by circumstances that looked accidental, and yet were perfectly timed. Another suddenly sold something that had sat idle for months, and the sale came at the exact moment he needed it. If you measure these things with the eye of cynicism, you will call them random. But if you watch carefully, you will see a pattern. The inner state changed first. The man stopped going to sleep in fear. He stopped falling asleep with the feeling, I cannot. He stopped feeding the womb of creation with lack. He began to feed it with sufficiency. And then sufficiency appeared. And what of health? Here too, men feel that life is harsh. They feel the body is a tyrant. They feel time is an enemy. They feel that what has been diagnosed must be final. Now, I am not a physician, and I am not speaking here as a man of medical authority. I speak only of the law of consciousness as I have observed it. And I have observed it more times than I can count. I have watched individuals who carried a state of frailty in their minds, who went to sleep each night in fear of their bodies, who identified themselves with weakness, and the body faithfully reflected that state. And then, when they began, gently, persistently, to enter sleep in the feeling of vitality, in the feeling of freedom from pain, in the simple sense of I am well, the body began to respond, not always overnight, but surely. Sometimes the change came through a sudden improvement that surprised them. Sometimes it came through a new doctor, a new recommendation, a new treatment that seemed to appear at the right time. Sometimes it came through what the world calls spontaneous remission. But always, behind the outward change, there was an inward shift. They stopped saying no to themselves. They stopped accepting the body's complaint as the final word. They began to give the last word to wholeness. And wholeness began to appear. And perhaps the most touching yes of all is the yes that comes in relationships. Because money can be counted and health can be measured. But love is the thing men secretly hunger for, even when they pretend they want something else. They want to feel chosen. They want to feel seen. They want to feel that their presence matters. And here is where the law shows its tenderness. So many people try to obtain affection by effort. They become pleasing. They become agreeable. They become whatever they think will be accepted. They negotiate with their own dignity just to receive a small portion of warmth. And it never satisfies, because even if they receive it, they still feel they had to earn it, which means they still live in the state of unworthiness. But when a man begins to enter sleep in the feeling of being loved, truly loved, not as a future possibility, but as a present reality, something happens. He stops chasing. He stops begging with his eyes. He stops searching for signs. He becomes quieter inside. And then, almost without effort, he becomes magnetic, not in the theatrical sense, but in the natural sense that life responds to what is stable within you. I have seen estranged relatives reconcile after years, not because someone finally said the right thing, but because one party changed their inner assumption. I have seen marriages soften, not because of a clever technique, but because one person stopped going to sleep in resentment and began to go to sleep in the feeling of harmony. I have seen friendships return that seemed lost, not through pursuit, but through quiet inner acceptance. And the one who changed within always says some version of the same sentence, even if they do not know the law. I don't know what I did. It's like things just shifted. Yes, they shifted because you shifted. Now I want to speak to that part of you that doubts, because I know it is there. You may be saying, but Neville, if I stop forcing, nothing will happen. If I stop asking, I will be forgotten. If I stop striving, I will be left behind. That is the old fear speaking. That is the old state trying to preserve itself. It believes that the only way to survive is to struggle. So when you hear that you can relax into acceptance, it panics, because relaxation feels like death to the old identity. But I tell you, it is not death. It is rebirth. When you stop forcing, you do not stop living. You stop living from lack. When you stop asking, you do not become passive. You stop pleading with shadows. You begin to commune with the cause. And when you do that, action does not vanish. It becomes natural. It becomes the effortless movement of one who already is. So the yes that comes is not a reward for your passivity. It is the reflection of your new state. It is the outer world catching up with the inner decision. And the inner decision, made nightly, quietly, becomes so firm that the outer world must reorganize. You will begin to notice it in small ways first, and do not despise small beginnings. A small yes is the sign that the state has been accepted. A kind word where once there was indifference. An opportunity where once there was none. A delay that turns into advantage. A worry that simply does not return with the same strength. A sense of being guided, even if you cannot explain it. And then, as you persist, not with strain, but with loyalty. The yes grows. It becomes a new normal. And that is when people around you begin to comment, because the change becomes visible. They will say, "You seem different." They will say, "Things always work out for you." They will say, "You're fortunate." They will say, "You have good timing," and you will smile. Because you will know the secret they cannot see. The secret is not that the world favors you arbitrarily. The secret is that you have stopped opposing your own good in the only place that truly matters. You have stopped whispering no to yourself as you fall asleep. You have stopped planting refusal. And so you begin to harvest agreement. I must tell you, the most beautiful part of it is the feeling of inevitability. Not excitement, not adrenaline, not the fever of "I might get it," but inevitability. The calm conviction that what you have accepted within must appear without. This conviction does not make you frantic. It makes you peaceful. It makes you steady. It makes you patient without suffering. And it makes you strangely fearless, because you are no longer dependent on the mood of the day. You are no longer dependent on the opinion of another. You are no longer dependent on the shifting evidence of the senses. You have moved your dependence to the only stable place, your own consciousness. And from that stability, the world begins to reflect stability back to you. Now, if you ask me what it felt like as everything began to say yes, I will tell you the truth. It felt natural. That is the miracle most miss. They expect miracles to feel unnatural. They expect fireworks. They expect shock. But when the state has truly been assumed, the manifestation feels like the next logical thing. It feels like, of course. It feels like, this is how it was always meant to be. And that is why a man can step into a new life, and the old acquaintances will swear he has always been this way, because the new state, once natural, becomes your identity. You do not merely get a thing. You become the one for whom that thing is normal. So when I say, everything started saying yes to me, I do not mean I collected a series of lucky events. I mean I moved into a new home within myself. And from that home, the world looked different. Not because the world changed first, because I changed first, and I did it. Not by wrestling with the day, but by entering the night with a decision, a quiet decision, a decision made in feeling, a decision sealed in sleep. And now, as you hear these stories, I want one thing to happen in you, not merely hope, not merely curiosity. I want desire, yes, but not the painful desire of lack. I want the desire of recognition, the desire that says, this explains my life, the desire that says, this is why I have been struggling, the desire that says, if the door is that near, then I will stop pounding on walls. Because the moment you recognize the door, you stop exhausting yourself against the wrong surface. You stop begging the mirror to change. You stop arguing with shadows. You go to the cause, and you will begin. Very gently, in the place where the whole world grows quiet. In the place where your deeper self listens. In the place where you are given, every night, a chance to let the last word be yes. Now let us turn quietly to the law behind that gentle yes. Because if you only listen to stories, you may be moved for a moment. But if you understand the principle, you will be able to produce your own proof, and you will no longer live by hope, but by knowing. I have said it in 1,000 ways, and I will say it again in the simplest. The world does not answer what you want. It answers what you assume you are. It does not respond to your pleading. It responds to your state. It does not bow before your effort. It reflects your identity. You may call it the law of assumption. You may call it the law of consciousness. You may call it the way of God in man. Names do not matter. What matters is that it is eternal, and it is operating whether you know it or not. If you assume yourself to be unwanted, life will appear to say no. Through people who do not choose you, through letters that do not arrive, through doors that do not open. If you assume yourself to be supported, life will appear to say yes, through hands that help, through timing that favors you, through opportunities that come unforced. And I tell you, life is not judging you. Life is not rewarding the good and punishing the bad in the manner men imagine. Life is simply faithful. It is faithful to your assumption. It is faithful to your concept of self. It is faithful to the sentence you complete inwardly when you say, I am. Because I am is the name of God. And whatever you attach to it becomes the garment God wears in your world. Do you see why I say the yes is not a prize? Men have been trained to believe that the yes is earned. They think the world is a stern master, and they are servants seeking approval. They think that if they work hard enough, if they suffer long enough, if they prove themselves enough, then perhaps life will finally be kind to them. But that entire notion is the great misunderstanding. The yes is not a reward for struggle. The yes is a reflection of being. When you become within yourself, the one who is favored, you will experience favor. When you become within yourself, the one who is overlooked, you will experience neglect. When you become within yourself, the one who is always just missing it, you will miss it again and again. Not because the world delights in disappointing you, but because the world must echo the state you occupy. The shadow does not decide what form it will take. It simply follows the object that casts it. Now let me make this so simple that even a child can grasp it. Consider a mirror. If you stand before a mirror and you frown, the mirror does not debate you. It does not offer you an argument. It does not say, are you sure you wish to see a frown? It reflects a frown. If you smile, it reflects a smile. Now suppose you dislike the reflection. What do most people do? They try to change the mirror. They pound on it, they polish it, they plead with it, they blame it. But the mirror remains faithful, and so they become exhausted. Yet the change is effortless when you do the only sensible thing, you change your face. The world is that mirror, and your inner state is the face. So the yes is simply the mirror, smiling back at your inner smile. The no is simply the mirror, frowning back at your inner frown. This is not poetry, it is law. And because it is law, you may rely upon it. Now I know the mind will ask at once, but Neville, what do you mean by assumption? Do you mean mere words? Do you mean I say something and it happens? No. 1,000 times no. Words can be empty, and men have filled their mouths with words for years, and remained the same. They repeat statements as though God were impressed by repetition. But the subconscious is not moved by the noise you make with your lips. It is moved by what you accept as true. Assumption is acceptance. Assumption is the inward consent. Assumption is the quiet feeling of naturalness. When you assume, you are not trying to convince yourself. You are agreeing with a reality. And the moment you agree inwardly, the world must eventually arrange itself to give you a corresponding outward scene. You will see why the night is so important, because in the night you can accept a thing without arguing with it. In the day, the senses shout their evidence, and the old state defends itself. But in the night, the gates are open, and the new idea can enter without being fought. Yet, do not run ahead of me. Let us stay with the law itself. Life says yes to what you believe you are, not what you wish you were for a few moments, not what you pretend you are when others are watching, not what you affirm while secretly fearing the opposite. It says yes to your dominant concept of self, and that concept is revealed, not by your speeches, but by your reactions. It is revealed by what you feel is natural. It is revealed by what you expect. It is revealed by what you return to when you are tired and alone. So if you say, I am fortunate, but inwardly you expect disappointment, life will not answer the words fortunate. It will answer the expectation disappointment. And then you will say, this law does not work, and you will blame the teaching when in truth you have not changed the state. If you say, I am loved, but inwardly you carry the feeling, I am tolerated, life will respond to tolerated. People will keep you at arm's length. They will be polite, but not warm. And you will wonder why your affirmations did nothing, because you attempted to persuade the conscious mind while leaving the unconscious assumption untouched. The law does not respond to effort. It responds to acceptance. Now let me bring it down into ordinary daily life, for I would rather you see it in your own experience than accept it as a grand theory. Think of the man who assumes he is always late. Not occasionally late, but always late. He does not even have to say it out loud. He lives from it. He expects delay. He moves as though time is always against him. He begins his day with a sense of pressure. He rushes, and in rushing he forgets things. He turns back. He loses time. He meets interruptions. The road is blocked, the train is missed. And he will say, "What a day. Everything went wrong." But what did he assume? He assumed the state time is against me. Now watch another man, and he may not be any more intelligent, any more privileged, any more blessed outwardly, but he assumes a different thing. He assumes I am always on time, things work out, and notice the difference. He rises without panic. He moves without strain. He finds what he needs. He catches the train without drama. If an interruption appears, it somehow becomes a help rather than a hindrance. He arrives, and others will say, "You always have such good timing." They call it luck. It is assumption. The world said yes to his inner order. Now consider money again, but in a plain example. Two women go into a shop. They look at the same item. One thinks, "I cannot afford it," and the feeling of contraction comes over her like a shadow. She may not even need the item, yet she feels deprived. She feels outside of life's generosity. That feeling becomes her state. The other thinks, "Of course I can have what I desire," and there is ease in her chest. Even if she does not buy that particular thing, she carries the sense of being provided for. Now watch what follows. The first woman will meet expenses. She will meet unexpected costs. She will meet delays in payment. She will meet reasons why money is always tight, and she will say, "See, I was right." The second woman will meet opportunities. She will meet gifts. She will meet timing that favors her. She will meet circumstances that ease her financial load, and she will say, "I don't know why, but things work out." The same world. Two states. Two reflections. Life says yes to what you believe you are. Now consider relationships, where this law is so clearly seen that it almost hurts to admit it. There is a man who assumes deeply. People don't really stay. People always leave. I am not chosen. He does not have to be unpleasant. He may be kind. He may be generous. Yet he carries an invisible question in his eyes. Will you leave me? And because he expects it, he behaves in ways that invite it without knowing. He clings where he should relax. He tests where he should trust. He reads rejection into silence. He makes the other feel responsible for his peace. And then, when the other withdraws, he says, "See, I was right." But he does not see that life said yes to his assumption, "I am left." Now consider the woman who assumes quietly, "I am cherished. I am secure. I am worthy of love." She does not beg for attention. She does not chase. She is warm, but she is not desperate. She is present, but she is not anxious. And people feel that. They are drawn to it. They respect it. They stay, not because she forced them, but because she inhabits a state that calls forth loyalty. Life says yes to her assumption. Do you see now why I say it is not a prize? Because the law does not morally judge these individuals. It simply mirrors them. And once you understand that it mirrors you, you cease blaming the mirror and begin changing the face. Now you may say, "But Neville, are you telling me that everything that happens to a man is his own doing?" I tell you that everything that happens in your world is related to your state, yes. But do not take that truth and turn it into cruelty. This is not meant to create guilt. It is meant to create freedom. For if you were powerless, you would have no responsibility. Yes, but you would also have no hope. You would be at the mercy of accidents and moods and other people forever. But if your world is yourself pushed out, then you can change your world by changing yourself, not by changing your outer habits first. By changing what you accept as true, and that is the gentlest form of power there is. Now here is a simple daily example that you can test. Think of the man who assumes people are rude. He walks into the world expecting rudeness. He looks for it. He notices it. He reacts to it. And because he reacts, he draws it out. A clerk responds curtly. A stranger bumps into him. A neighbor speaks sharply, and he returns home with proof. But it was proof of what? Proof of his assumption. Now take the same man and let him for a week adopt a different state. Not a silly optimism, but a quiet assumption. People are friendly to me, the world is kind, and he begins to move differently. He looks at faces differently. He speaks differently. He interprets events differently, and he will find, almost to his surprise, that people begin to respond with more warmth. Not because he forced them to be different, but because he no longer called forth their harshness by expecting it. Life says yes. Now, if you want to see how absolute this law is, observe your own day. Observe what you expect before you enter a place. If you expect difficulty, your mind will find it. If you expect ease, your mind will find a path. Expectation is a form of assumption, and assumption persisted in becomes fact. Now let me put it in the words I have used in my lectures for years. An assumption, though false, if persisted in, will harden into fact. Why do I say though false? Because at the moment you assume it, the outer world may not yet show it. So to the senses, it seems false. But to consciousness, which is the only reality, it is already true the moment you accept it. And that acceptance, repeated, becomes your new home. And the world must furnish itself to match your home. This is why the yes that came to me did not come. Because I had finally mastered some external art. It came because I moved into a new dwelling within. I stopped living in the state of refusal. I stopped feeding the world with no inwardly, and I began to feed it with yes. Now, you must be careful here. The mind will want to make yes into a strain. It will say, then I must always feel wonderful. I must always feel positive. I must never be sad. I must never doubt. No, do not make a tyranny out of a law meant to free you. States change. Moods rise and fall. The day brings its moments. But your concept of self can be changed. And once changed, it begins to stabilize you. You may have a moment of doubt and still return to your new assumption. You may have a day that seems contrary and still not abandon the inner agreement. The law is not asking you to be perfect. It is asking you to be faithful. Faithful to the end you have chosen. Faithful to the state you have accepted as yours. Now let me show you what I mean by teaching without teaching, for I prefer that you feel the truth as you listen, rather than merely memorize it. Have you ever noticed that when you feel confident, even a simple thing goes well? You step into a room and people respond. You speak and your words land. You make a request and it is granted. Now what changed? Did the room change? Did the people change? No, you changed. You assumed confidence. And life said yes. And have you noticed that when you feel insecure, even the smallest matters become heavy? You spill things. You misplace things. You stumble in speech. You interpret a neutral glance as judgment. You feel awkward and others sense it, and the awkwardness grows. What changed? Your state. Life said yes to insecurity. Now if a man can produce these changes in a single evening simply by shifting mood, do you not see what he can do if he deliberately shifts identity, if he deliberately selects the state in which life is favorable, if he deliberately occupies, night after night, the feeling of being supported? He is not begging the world. He is commanding the world by becoming the one to whom it must respond. Now you may wonder, but what is the mechanism? How does the world arrange itself? You are asking the wrong question. That question belongs to the old state, the state that trusts only what it can explain. The law does not require your understanding of mechanism. It requires your acceptance of principle. When you plant a seed, you do not demand that the earth explain how it grows. You do not sit at the soil and argue with it. You plant, you cover, you trust, and you live your life knowing that the harvest is coming, because the law of growth is faithful. In the same way, you assume, you accept, you rest, and you live your life knowing the outer world must conform, because the law of consciousness is faithful. So the yes you seek is not out there, waiting to be negotiated. It is within you, waiting to be accepted. And the moment you accept it, you will begin to see it echoed back. Not always in the form you imagined, often in a form far better, because the law brings the essence of your assumption, and it uses the paths available to you that you could not have planned. This is why the best manifestations often appear as surprises, though they are not accidents. They are simply the natural outworking of a state. Now I will give you a few more daily examples, because I want you to recognize yourself. There is the man who assumes, I always say the wrong thing. He enters conversation already fearing misstep, so he becomes tense. He becomes self-conscious. He speaks from caution rather than presence. And then he does indeed say something awkward, and he thinks, there it is again. Life said yes. There is another man who assumes, my words are welcomed. He speaks with ease. He listens with ease. He does not fear. And because he does not fear, he is natural. And because he is natural, people enjoy him. Life said yes. There is the woman who assumes, I am always overlooked. She walks as though she must not take up space. She speaks as though she expects to be interrupted. She apologizes for existing, and people, without malice, comply with her assumption, because the world is reflecting her. There is another woman who assumes, I belong. I am seen. She does not demand attention, but she does not hide. She moves as though she has a right to be there, and people notice her. Not because she forced them, but because she assumed visibility. Life said yes. There is the student who assumes, I never do well. Even before the examination, he has decided his fate. He studies in panic. He forgets what he knows. He becomes confused by simple questions. And then he confirms his assumption. Life said yes. There is another student who assumes, I understand, I do well. He studies with steadiness. He recalls what he has learned. He reads calmly, and he performs well. Life said yes. And so you see, the law is not confined to great dramatic desires. It is operating in every trivial moment. It is operating when you reach for a glass. It is operating when you enter a conversation. It is operating when you walk into a new place. It is operating when you look at your future. It is operating when you fall asleep. And because it is always operating, you cannot escape it by ignoring it. You can only suffer it unconsciously or enjoy it consciously. Now, here is the most tender truth in it all. The world is not saying yes or no to you as a person. It is saying yes to your state. So you need not condemn yourself. You need not say, something is wrong with me. You need only say, I have been living in a state that produces this, and states can be changed. And because states can be changed, your world can be changed. And that is why I speak as I do, not as a man trying to entertain you, not as a man trying to impress you, as a witness, as one who has seen the law in operation again and again, in ways so consistent that I could no more doubt it than I could doubt that fire burns. Now do you see why everything began to say yes to me when I changed what I lived from? I did not bribe the world. I did not conquer the world. I did not persuade the world. I simply became, inwardly, the one to whom the world must respond differently. And so it did. It could not do otherwise, because the outer world is not the cause. It is the effect. The cause is your consciousness, and the particular form consciousness takes is your assumption. So if you wish for life to say yes, do not chase yes. Do not plead for yes. Do not try to earn yes. Assume yes. Assume that you are the one to whom life is favorable. Assume that you are supported. Assume that you are chosen. Assume that you are guided. And then live as best you can from that assumption, not perfectly, faithfully. And as you do, you will begin to notice the first signs, the small softenings, the little agreements, the doors that open quietly, the people who speak differently, the timing that favors you. And you will realize, not as a theory, but as a living fact, that life has always been saying yes. It was only saying yes to the wrong thing. It was saying yes to your fears, yes to your doubts, yes to your unworthiness, yes to your inner refusal. And when you change what you consent to within, life changes what it consents to without. Because life, in your world, is your own wonderful human imagination made visible. No prize, no punishment, only reflection, only law, only the eternal yes to whatever you dare to accept as true of yourself. And if you can accept this, truly accept it, you will never again beg the world for permission to live well. You will give yourself that permission in consciousness. And the world will follow. It always follows. It has no choice, for it is your own consciousness objectified. And now you are beginning to see the secret that makes everything simpler than men believe. The secret is not in doing. It is in being, not in forcing, in assuming, not in asking life to change, in changing what you believe you are. And once that changes, you will watch with a quiet wonder as the outer world begins to echo the inner yes you have finally allowed. Now we come to the point where many of you have been waiting, and I must ask you to listen with a certain quietness, because if you take what I say here and reduce it to a trick, you will miss the very thing that makes it work. You will go searching for a phrase as though the power were in syllables, and you will repeat it until you grow weary, and then you will say, nothing happened, and you will not know that the power was never in the phrase at all. When I tell you that everything began to say yes to me by hearing something while I slept, I am not speaking of a sound that enters through the ear as you hear my voice now. I am not speaking of a charm, or a spell, or a set of words that you must recite in the proper order. If that were the case, the power would be outside of you, and you would again be a servant begging for a key. No, what I heard while I slept was the only voice that matters, the inward tone of my own being. It is a strange thing to say, perhaps, and yet you know it in your own experience. You have gone to bed in worry, and though the room was quiet, it was not quiet within you. You have gone to bed in resentment, and though there was no argument in the room, the argument continued in you. You have gone to bed with dread, and though there was no danger at the door, danger sat with you in the dark. And you have gone to bed in peace, and though nothing outward had changed, you woke feeling that life was kinder. So you see, there is something you hear without ears. There is something you listen to without sound. It is the feeling tone, the inner atmosphere, the mood of consciousness that you consent to as you surrender yourself to sleep. That is the thing which speaks in the night. That is the thing which enters the deeper mind. That is the thing which determines what you will meet as your tomorrow. If you remember only one line from all that I say here, let it be this, and let it sink into you until it becomes your own knowing. I did not fall asleep expecting, I fell asleep knowing. Do you feel the difference? Most people go to bed as though they are placing their head upon a pillow of uncertainty. They hope, they plead, they whisper, perhaps it will change. They say a prayer, but it is not prayer at all. It is begging. And because it is begging, it implies lack. It implies distance. It implies I do not have. And the subconscious mind, which is the womb of creation, receives the implication, not the words. It receives the feeling of not having. It receives the mood of waiting. It receives the tone of not yet. And then, being faithful, it produces more not yet. So they wake, and the day says no again. And they do not know why, but they were very sincere. Sincerity is not the measure. Feeling is the measure. You may sincerely repeat 100 statements, but if the inward tone remains, it is not true for me, then that is what you have impressed upon the deeper self. Now, when I say I fell asleep knowing, I do not mean I forced myself into excitement. I do not mean I tried to whip up emotion as though the heart must be stirred into a frenzy. Knowing is not frenzy. Knowing is not strain. Knowing is not a desperate brightness painted over fear. Knowing is quiet. Knowing is natural. Knowing is the feeling you have when a thing is already decided. Consider the simplest example. If I told you tonight that the sun will rise, you would not become emotional. You would not argue with yourself. You would not attempt to believe it. You would simply accept it. It would feel settled. It would feel inevitable. You would go to sleep with no effort at all, because in you there would be an inward consent. It is done. That is the tone you must bring to your desire. Not, will it happen? But, it has happened. Not, I hope. But, I know, and you may say, but Neville, how can I know something that the senses deny? I ask you, how do you know a dream is real while you are dreaming? The senses in the dream prove it to you. The mind in the dream accepts it. Yet when you wake, you realize that what felt so solid was produced from within. I am telling you that you may now do deliberately what you do unconsciously every night. You may accept a scene as real within you, and your deeper mind will treat it as reality, and life will move to make it visible. But again, the secret is not the scene itself. It is the feeling tone that the scene awakens. A man may imagine 1,000 things and remain unchanged, because he watches them as a spectator. He sees pictures, he plays with images, but he does not enter them. He does not become them. He does not feel them as present fact. So the night passes, and nothing is planted. But another man imagines one simple thing, and he feels it as true. He does not try to make it true. He yields to it as though it is true. He lets it take him, and that feeling, carried into sleep, is the seed. And because the seed is alive, it will grow. When I say what you hear while you sleep, I am speaking of what you are inwardly agreeing with as you drift into that state where the outer world falls away. I have called it, in my lectures, the state akin to sleep. It is that lovely drowsiness where you are not fully awake, and yet not quite asleep. The body is heavy. The mind is quieter. The day's noises fade. In that state, you are more receptive, because you are less argumentative. You are like soil after rain. You are like a field softened and ready. And what you impress upon yourself then is not easily uprooted. Now let me tell you plainly, there is no phrase you must say. If you find a phrase that helps you enter the feeling, use it. But do not worship it. Do not make an idol of words. Words are only servants. Feeling is the master. If I were to give you a phrase, you might cling to it and forget the state it was meant to produce. You might repeat it without acceptance. Then you would be doing the very thing you have always done, making effort where effort is useless. So instead of giving you a phrase, I give you a way of listening. Listen to yourself as you fall asleep, not with the ears, but with awareness. Ask yourself gently, what is the mood I am taking into sleep? Do not judge it. Do not condemn yourself. Simply notice it. Is it the mood of being refused? Is it the mood of being behind? Is it the mood of being forgotten? Is it the mood of being unsafe? Is it the mood of being unloved? If it is, then you know what you have been planting night after night, and you need not wonder why the harvest has been what it has been. For the day is only the outpicture of the night's consent. Now if you have noticed that your tone is not what you want, then you will be tempted to fight it. And fighting is again effort. And effort is again tension. And tension impresses itself too. So do not fight it. Replace it, as you would replace a tune, as you would replace a bitter taste with something sweet, as you would close a window to cold wind and open one to warm air. You replace the tone by occupying a different feeling. And how do you do that? You do it by going to the end, not the end as the world thinks of it, not the end as a far-off destination, but the end as the fulfilled state. What would it feel like if it were already so? Not, what would I do? Not, how would I get it? But how would I feel if I already were the one? For the moment you touch that feeling, even slightly, you have found the thing you are meant to hear while you sleep. And once you find it, you do not keep questioning it. You do not keep measuring it. You do not keep looking for proof. You rest in it. You let it become the tone. And then you go to sleep, not sleeping as a man who is waiting for tomorrow to decide his fate, but sleeping as a man whose fate is already decided in consciousness. There is a vast difference between lying in bed and asking for life to change, and lying in bed as though life has already changed. One is a posture of need, the other is a posture of possession, and the subconscious mind is impressed, not by your pleading, but by your posture. It feels your inward posture. It takes the shape of it, it becomes it, and then it externalizes it. So when I say I did not sleep expecting, I slept knowing, I mean that I let the inner act be complete before I slept. I did not treat the night as a place to beg. I treated the night as the place where creation is sealed. If you will permit me a simple biblical image, for it is the language I use to speak to those who sat in my audiences. The Sabbath is not a day of the week, it is the state of rest after the work is done. And what is the work? The work is not labor in the world. The work is the change of state in consciousness. When the change is complete inwardly, you rest. And that rest is the knowing. So you lie down and you sleep, and you are not trying to make it happen anymore, because in you it has happened. Now many of you will ask, but how do I know I have truly assumed it? How do I know I am not only pretending? You will know by your relief. Knowing brings relief. Knowing loosens the body. Knowing quiets the mind. Knowing feels like the end of a long argument. If you are still straining, still pleading, still repeating words to convince yourself, you have not yet reached the tone. You are still outside the state, trying to enter it by force. But when you touch it, even for a moment, something in you settles. You may not dance. You may not shout. You may simply feel it is done. That is the tone. Now let me show you how this can be as simple as breathing. Suppose you desire to be respected, and you have lived in the state of being overlooked. If you go to bed thinking of all the reasons you are overlooked, all the scenes that proved it, all the conversations that hurt you, then you are hearing that while you sleep, you are letting that be the lullaby of your night. And the subconscious, faithful as it is, will sing that lullaby back to you in the day. So instead, you choose a different lullaby. You choose a single scene that implies respect, but do not make it complicated. Do not try to write a play in your mind. A single, simple act is enough. Perhaps you hear someone say to you, "I appreciate you." Or you shake a hand and you feel the warmth of esteem. Or you receive a letter that carries the tone of recognition. Something simple. But again, the scene is not the power. The power is what it awakens. So you enter the scene only until it produces the feeling, "I am respected," and once the feeling comes, you let the scene go if you wish, and you keep the feeling. Then you fall asleep, not as the one who wonders whether respect will come, but as the one who already is respected. Now the subconscious hears the only thing it truly hears, the tone, "I am respected," and it begins to externalize. And one day, perhaps sooner than you imagine, you will walk into a place and people will respond differently, and you will not know why until you remember the night you changed the tone. Suppose you desire peace, and you have lived in anxious expectation. You go to bed and you rehearse tomorrow's troubles. You argue with imagined people. You plan for disasters that have not happened. You are hearing anxiety as you sleep. Then you wake and the day brings more reasons to be anxious, because life is saying yes to anxiety, so you replace it. You let yourself feel, for a few moments, the simple relief of a day that is already resolved. You might imagine yourself waking and saying, "How wonderful, everything worked out," not as a hope, but as a statement of fact. And you feel the softness that comes with that. Then you drift to sleep with that softness. That softness is what you heard while you slept. And when peace becomes the tone, life begins to echo peace. Now I must address something, because I know the human mind, and it will try to turn even this into effort. It will say, "I must hold the feeling perfectly all night." No. Sleep will come, the mind will drift, dreams will arise. That is not your concern. Your concern is the threshold. What do you consent to as you cross into sleep? What do you carry as the last taste upon the tongue of consciousness? For the last impression is powerful. It is like sealing wax. It stamps the deeper mind. So do not make it complicated. Do not make it hard. Do not demand of yourself that you perform. Simply choose the tone. Let it be simple. Let it be gentle. Let it be natural. and then sleep. Now I want to speak of the internal tone in another way, because it will help you recognize it. Have you ever noticed that people can say the same words, but one carries conviction and the other carries doubt? The man can say, "I will be there," and you believe him, because the tone behind his words is sure. Another can say, "I will be there," and you feel uncertainty, because the tone behind his words is weak. The subconscious mind does not take your words at their face value. It takes the tone behind them. So if you lie in bed and you whisper, "Everything is working out for me," but you whisper it like a man pleading in the dark, then you are not impressing "everything is working out." You are impressing "I do not believe it." But if you lie in bed and you whisper nothing at all, and you simply feel the settledness of a life that is already working out, then you have impressed the right thing. So when I say it is not a magical phrase, I am freeing you from superstition. Some of you think you need a special sentence that will unlock the gates. I tell you, the gate is always open, and the only thing that passes through is the feeling you bring. I am not giving you a spell. I am giving you a law, and a law works without ritual. Now there is a beautiful simplicity in this, and I want you to feel encouraged rather than burdened. Because if the secret were a phrase, you could mispronounce it. If the secret were a ritual, you could forget a step. If the secret were a complex method, you could do it incorrectly and blame yourself. But if the secret is simply the tone of being, then you can do it anywhere, at any time, with nothing but yourself. You can do it in a small room. You can do it in a grand house. You can do it in wealth. You can do it in poverty. You can do it in sickness. You can do it in health. Because it is not dependent on conditions. It is dependent on consciousness. And consciousness is always with you. Now let me make this even more practical, because I want you to be able to listen to your own nights and recognize what you have been consenting to. When you are about to sleep, there is often a natural inner conversation. A man may replay what someone said to him. He may hear again the criticism. He may hear again the rejection. He may hear again the disappointment. And though he is alone in a quiet room, he is hearing a no being spoken inwardly. That is what he is hearing while he sleeps. And the next day, life will echo it. So the task is not to wrestle with thoughts, but to gently turn the conversation. Instead of hearing the criticism, you hear praise. Instead of hearing rejection, you hear acceptance. Instead of hearing the no, you hear yes. But again, do not do it as an actor performing a part. Do it as one remembering something true. Because the most powerful feeling is not excitement, it is naturalness. Naturalness is the sign of possession. So if you hear in imagination a friend saying to you, "Of course it worked out," and you feel the quiet relief of that, and it feels ordinary, then you are near the secret. If it feels strained, simplify it. Do not try to imagine 10 voices praising you. One is enough. Do not try to imagine an elaborate celebration. A simple handshake is enough. A simple phrase is enough. A simple phrase is enough. A simple nod is enough. Because you are not trying to impress the conscious mind with spectacle. You are trying to impress the deeper self with a feeling. And the deeper self is moved by feeling, not by drama. Now you may ask, how long should I do it? As long as it takes to become the tone. Sometimes it is a minute, sometimes it is 10. It does not matter. The moment you feel that inward shift, even slightly, you may let it be. If sleep comes, let it come. If sleep delays, do not worry. Do not turn it into a struggle. Just return gently to the feeling. You will find that if you stop straining, sleep comes more easily. And as sleep comes, the feeling is carried with it. Now I want to speak to those who have lived so long with no, that yes feels unfamiliar. For some of you, peace feels strange. Provision feels unbelievable. Love feels dangerous. And if you attempt to force yourself into a state that feels utterly foreign, you may feel a kind of inner resistance. Do not be alarmed by that. It only means you have practiced the old tone for a long time. You have worn it like a garment until it feels like your skin. But garments can be changed. And the way you change them is by wearing the new one gently, repeatedly, until it becomes familiar. So if yes feels too large, begin with something smaller that implies it. Begin with the feeling, I am safe, or I am guided, or I am helped. Those are forms of yes. They are softer entrances into the new state. And once safety becomes natural, bigger yeses follow. Once guidance becomes natural, doors open. Once help becomes natural, provision follows. You are not climbing a ladder with effort. You are moving through states with acceptance. Now let me return to the central phrase, because I want it to ring in you like a bell that you cannot unhear. I did not sleep expecting. I slept knowing. To sleep expecting is to lie down still carrying the problem as real. To sleep knowing is to lie down, carrying the solution as real. To sleep expecting is to say, I hope life will change. To sleep knowing is to feel, life has changed, because I have changed. To sleep expecting is to remain the old man who seeks. To sleep knowing is to be the new man who has. And I tell you, the night does not argue with the one who knows. The night receives him. The deeper self takes him in. And then the day obeys him. Now, if you want to understand why this is so, it is because sleep is a surrender. When you sleep, you let go of conscious control. You stop directing with the outer mind. You fall into the deeper mind. And the deeper mind is the creative womb. So whatever tone you bring to that womb is what will be conceived. If you bring the tone of lack, lack is conceived. If you bring the tone of fulfillment, fulfillment is conceived. If you bring the tone of refusal, refusal is conceived. If you bring the tone of yes, yes is conceived. You may think this is mystical. It is not mystical at all. It is simply the nature of your being. You are always impressing yourself. You are always planting. And the most fertile moment is the moment you are drifting into sleep, because then the guard is lowered. Now do not misunderstand me and think that sleep itself does the work. It is not that sleep is magical. It is that the state akin to sleep allows you to accept a thing without the usual resistance. It is the doorway. It is the altar. It is the altar. It is the moment where you can, with the least effort, move into the end. And because it requires the least effort, it is the most misunderstood. Men think if it is easy, it cannot be powerful. Yet, in all of life, the most powerful things are simple. A seed is small. A thought is invisible. A feeling is silent. And yet, these invisible things produce worlds. Now let me paint for you, in words, what it feels like to hear the right thing while you sleep. It feels like being held. It feels like being approved. It feels like having permission to rest. It feels like the end of striving. It feels like the end of striving. It feels like the quiet smile of certainty. Not a grin of mania, but the calm smile of one who knows his place in the world. It feels like you have stopped negotiating with life and started living from agreement with life. And the moment you taste that, you will recognize something profound. You were never fighting the world. You were fighting your own inner refusal. And when you stop refusing, the world stops refusing. Now there is a final point I must give you, because some of you will attempt this and then look out into the next day as though you are inspecting the soil to see if the seed has grown. Do not do that. Do not dig up the seed. When you plant a seed, you do not keep checking it. You plant, you cover, you trust. The covering is the sleep. The trust is the knowing. So if you go to sleep in the tone of yes, and you wake and the world has not yet shown it, do not panic and return to no. The world is only showing you yesterday's planting. Persist in the new tone. Night after night, if necessary. Not with strain, but with faithfulness. And you will see what you must see, because the law is faithful. Now you may ask, what exactly did you hear, Neville? And I will answer you in the most honest way. I heard myself being the one I wanted to be. I heard it as a feeling. I heard it as acceptance. I heard it as a quiet inner conclusion. It is done. And once that became my nightly tone, the day could not remain the same. Because the day is only the echo. And when the echo changes, it is because the voice has changed. So if tonight you wish to begin, do not look for a magic phrase. Do not search for a secret sentence hidden somewhere in a book. Go to bed and listen. Listen to what you have been consenting to. And then, gently, choose another consent. Choose the tone of the wish fulfilled. Choose the mood of yes. Choose the quiet knowing. And let that be what you hear while you sleep. Not sleeping, hoping. Sleeping, knowing. And you will wake, not into a world you must fight, but into a world that begins, little by little, then more and more to agree with you. For life, I tell you, is always saying yes. The only question is yes to what? Tonight, let it be yes to the one you have decided to be. This night, when the world begins to dim and the noise of the day loosens its hold upon you, I want you to remember that you are not preparing for sleep the way most people do. You are not merely ending a day. You are entering the most receptive moment of your entire experience, the quiet doorway where the outer man becomes still and the inner man is heard. You need not make a ceremony of it. You need not turn it into strain or discipline or something you must get right. I am not asking you to perform. I am asking you to yield. I am asking you to consent to a new reality, softly, as one accepts a fact that is already decided. So when you retire, let the room be what it is. Let the sounds outside be what they are. Let the body be tired if it is tired. You are not trying to conquer sleep. You are simply allowing the body to do what it was made to do. And while the body begins to fall away into that lovely heaviness, you will keep one thing awake, not the mind that argues and calculates, but the feeling that knows. There is a moment, you have felt it, when you are not quite awake and not yet asleep. The hands grow warm, the limbs feel distant, the breath lengthens, and the mind no longer races, as it did in the bright hours. In that moment, you are nearer to the source of your life than you have been all day. And because you are nearer, you must be careful only in this. Do not carry the old burden into the sanctuary. Most people lie down and unknowingly make a confession. They say, inwardly, without words, I am still the one who must struggle. They say, I am still the one who is behind. They say, I am still the one who is waiting. And because the deeper mind receives confessions as commands, it takes them, and the next day faithfully produces more struggle, more delay, more waiting. I tell you, if you would change your life, you must change the confession you carry into sleep, not by force, not by argument, not by trying to silence every wandering thought. Thoughts will wander. The mind will flicker like a lamp in wind. That is no crime. But you can choose the atmosphere in which those thoughts drift. You can choose the tone beneath them. You can choose the state you are consenting to as you cross the threshold. So tonight, as you lie there and the world begins to fade, do not ask yourself, how will it happen? That question belongs to the man who believes life is outside of him. That question belongs to effort and fear. Instead, let yourself ask a simpler question, a gentler question, the only question that matters at this hour. What would it feel like if it were already so? Not, what would I do tomorrow? Not, what would I say to them? Not, how would circumstances change? No, those are details that the outer mind loves, because they give it something to chew upon. But the deeper mind does not need details. It needs the state. It needs the feeling of accomplished fact. So take what you desire, whatever it is, and let it become one simple inward relief. If you desire freedom, feel the unburdening of freedom, as though a weight has been taken from your shoulders. If you desire love, feel the warmth of being cherished, as though you are safe in someone's heart. If you desire prosperity, feel the quiet ease of plenty, as though your needs are met without question. If you desire peace, feel the softness of peace, as though there is nothing left to fix. Do you see? You are not forcing pictures. You are allowing a feeling to come over you, as naturally as sleep comes over you. And if a picture arises, let it be small and simple, like the final scene in a play, not the whole story. A hand in yours, a voice that says, it's settled. A letter held in your hand. A simple fact that implies the wish is fulfilled, but do not labor over it. Do not make it a strain. Use it only to awaken the feeling, and once the feeling is present, rest in the feeling. The world has trained you to believe that reality is what you can touch. The night will teach you something different. The night will teach you that reality is what you accept as yourself. The night will teach you that the deepest part of you does not argue with what you feel. It becomes it. So let the body begin to sleep, and you remain only with this, the inward agreement that it is done, not excitement, not a feverish certainty that tries to drown out doubt. I am speaking of the quiet knowing that does not need to prove itself. The same knowing with which you accept that tomorrow will come, that your name is your name, that the past has happened. It is a settled thing. Sleep in that settledness. And if the mind tries to drag you back into the old conversation, do not fight it. Fighting gives it power. Simply return, as you would return your gaze to a candle when it wanders to the shadows. Return to the feeling. Return to the relief. Return to the softness. Return to the state. You see, you are not wrestling your thoughts into submission. You are choosing your dwelling place. You are choosing where you will live within yourself. And if you persist gently, you will find that the state becomes more natural, not because you have forced it, but because you have made it familiar. There are those who will say, "But I cannot feel it. I try and I cannot." When a man says this, he is usually trying too hard. He is trying to generate a feeling as though it were a performance, and the very effort closes the door. Feeling comes when you relax into acceptance. So if you struggle, simplify. Do not reach for the highest mountain. If you cannot yet see its peak, reach for the next hill. Reach for something you can accept. Perhaps you cannot yet fall asleep feeling, "I have everything I want." Then fall asleep feeling, "Things are moving in my favor." That is a yes. Perhaps you cannot yet feel, "I am completely free." Then feel, "I am being guided." That is a yes. Perhaps you cannot yet feel, "I am loved beyond measure." Then feel, "I am safe to be loved." That is a yes. You are not lying to yourself. You are selecting a state you can enter without strain, and you are letting it deepen night by night. The seed does not become the tree in an instant, yet the seed contains the tree. The little yes contains the great yes. And remember this, the measure is not how dramatic it feels. The measure is how natural it feels. When the state feels natural, it has been accepted. When it has been accepted, it has been impressed. When it has been impressed, it must externalize. So do not seek fireworks. Seek familiarity. Seek the ordinary tone of possession. Seek the quietness, of course. Seek the inward shrug that says, "This is simply my life now." Now, there is another way you will know you are doing it rightly. It will bring you rest. Not only physical rest, but inner rest. You will begin to feel, even before sleep overtakes you, that you are no longer pleading with life. You are no longer negotiating. You are no longer arranging and rearranging the day's worries like furniture in a cramped room. You are resting in a larger space. That rest is not laziness. It is the Sabbath of consciousness. It is the sign that the inner work is complete. So if you find yourself reaching again for effort, take it as a simple signal. You have slipped into the old state. Then, without condemnation, return. I have watched countless men and women complicate this law because they have been trained to believe that the greatest things must be earned with struggle. But you will learn, if you allow yourself, that creation is effortless when you move at the level of being. Your task is not to force the outer world. Your task is to assume the inner state. And the night is where assumption becomes the easiest, because the senses grow dim, and the old evidence loses its sharpness, and you become for a little while less loyal to yesterday. Tonight, as you lie there, I want you to feel that you are leaving the world of effects and entering the world of causes. In the day, you look at shadows and try to arrange them. In the night, you touch the substance that casts the shadow. The world you will wake to is only the shadow of what you consent to now. So be gentle with yourself, but be faithful. Do not say, I will try this for one night and see. That is still the tone of testing, the tone of doubt. Instead, say inwardly, this is who I am now. This is how I sleep now. Not as a challenge, but as a simple decision. And if you wake in the night, and many do, do not be disturbed. Take it as another opportunity. The body is awake for a moment, the room is quiet, and you are again near the threshold. Do not reach for old worries like a coat you put back on. Remain in the feeling, even if it is faint, even if it is only a whisper of yes. Let that whisper lull you back into sleep, for the deeper mind is always listening. It listens not to your words, but to your state, and it accepts as true what you accept as yourself. Now perhaps you will ask, what shall I hold while I fall asleep? And I tell you again, do not hold a sentence as though it were a rope you must not drop. Hold a tone. Hold the tone of success. Hold the tone of safety. Hold the tone of being chosen. Hold the tone of being supported. Hold the tone of life, saying yes. It is like music. You do not grip music with your hands. You let it fill you. You let it become the atmosphere. And if it fades, you return to it gently. Tonight, when the world goes dark, let your inner world grow bright. Not with excitement, but with certainty. Let the body sleep. Let the outer man be still. But keep this within you, softly. As you drift, it is already done. If the day was harsh, do not carry its harshness into the night. Revise it in feeling. Let the last chapter be different. Let the final note be harmony. Not because you are denying what happened, but because you are choosing what you will plant. If the day was disappointing, do not let disappointment be the lullaby. Replace it with the relief of victory. The deeper mind does not argue with your choice. If you make it quietly and persistently, and if you find that you cannot yet believe the full thing you want, then choose the next best thing you can accept without strain. Choose the feeling of being led. Choose the feeling of being helped. Choose the feeling that something is already turning. For that too is a yes. And the yes will grow. It will grow because the law is faithful, and because you are faithful, and because you are faithful, and because consciousness, once impressed, cannot remain barren. There is a sweetness that comes when you practice this, a strange sweetness, because you begin to realize you are not at the mercy of tomorrow. You are not waiting for circumstances to grant you permission to feel well. You are granting yourself the feeling now, and the world will rearrange itself around your granted feeling. You will begin to notice that the day becomes less frightening because you no longer look to it for authority. You begin to live from within. You begin to carry your yes with you. But tonight I am not asking you to carry it all day. I am only asking you to carry it into sleep, because sleep is enough. Sleep is the great reset. Sleep is the altar where the seed is accepted. So take these words not as commands, but as a gentle companionship, as though I were sitting beside you in a quiet room, speaking low, so as not to disturb the peace that is settling upon you. This night, when the world switches off, let there be one quiet light within you. Let it be the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Let it be the tone of yes. Let it be the simple knowing, I did not sleep expecting. I slept knowing. And if you do this, not once with strain, but faithfully with softness, you will begin to see that life cannot help itself. It must agree with you. It must mirror you. It must rearrange itself to match the state you have accepted as true. And you will wake, perhaps not immediately, to a different scene, but to a different self. And because the self has changed, the scene must change. So now, as you lie there, and the breath grows slow, and the body grows heavy, let the final feeling be this: it is done. Not shouted, not begged, not defended, simply known. And in that knowing, let sleep take you. There comes a moment, if you persist in this gentle assumption of yes, when you begin to notice something that surprises you more than any outward change. You begin to feel lighter, not because the world has finally behaved, not because everyone has apologized, not because every circumstance has rearranged itself overnight, but because the old weight within you has started to dissolve. You realize that the burden you have carried for years was not only what happened, but what you continued to keep alive by the way you remembered it. Most of us think of the past as something fixed, something sealed, something that stands behind us like a wall. We speak of it as though it were stone. That is how it was, we say. And in saying it, we keep it so. We do not understand that the past for you exists only as it lives in your consciousness now. And if consciousness is the only reality, then your past is not a dead thing behind you. It is a living thing within you. It breathes through your reactions. It colors your expectations. It shapes your choices. It becomes the invisible hand that turns your day before you even know it has moved. I have met many women, many fine souls, who do not even realize how faithful they have been to a sorrow. They think they are simply being honest. They think they are simply remembering, but they are not merely remembering. They are resurrecting. They are bringing the old scene into the present and allowing it to speak as though it was still the truth. And because the world is yourself pushed out, it must continue to echo what you continue to carry. Now listen to me closely, because what I am going to tell you is not a pleasant theory. It is a practical power, and it is one of the kindest powers you will ever exercise. When the yes becomes established in you, the past changes, not in the sense that the facts of history must be rearranged for the newspapers, not in the sense that you will suddenly open an old letter and see different ink on the page, but in the only sense that matters. Its meaning changes, its feeling changes, its grip upon you changes, and because the feeling changes, your future changes, for the future is born from the state you occupy now. You have suffered far more from the feeling of an event than from the event itself. And if the feeling can be changed, you are free. There are memories that come with a sting. You know them well. They arrive uninvited. A phrase someone spoke years ago, a look that dismissed you, a moment when you felt left out, overlooked, replaced, laughed at, betrayed, or simply not chosen. Perhaps it was not dramatic to anyone else. Perhaps no one else would even understand why it mattered. But it mattered to you. And because it mattered to you, it became a seed. And that seed grew into a certain concept of self. And then, without knowing it, you carried that concept into your relationships. You carried it into your marriage, into your friendships, into your work, into your home. You expected the same sting. You braced for it. You watched for it. And life, being faithful, gave you more of what you expected. Not because life is cruel, but because life is obedient to the state you occupy. So what do? We revise. Do not be frightened by the word. It is not an unnatural thing. You have revised all your life without knowing it. You have retold stories and changed little details, sometimes without realizing you did. You have remembered some things more harshly with time, and other things more softly. You have already proven that memory is not stone. It is wax, and if it is wax, it can be reshaped. Revision is simply the art of reshaping your inner record, so that it reflects the yes you have now accepted. And if you are a woman who has carried a long sorrow, you will understand the mercy of this. You have held scenes within you like old photographs, but not photographs that lie quietly in a drawer. These photographs have spoken. They have whispered, "Be careful." They have whispered, "Do not trust." They have whispered, "You will be disappointed again." They have whispered, "You are not the one who is chosen." And you have listened, because you thought they were telling you the truth. But tonight, or any night, you may lay down and decide that you will no longer be guided by an old whisper. When you revise, you do not argue with the past. You do not condemn anyone. You do not turn your revision into a court of law. You do not need to prove who was wrong and who was right. That is the way of the outer man, and it keeps the wound alive. You revise for one reason only, to free yourself. You revise because you choose a new state, and the new state must have a past that matches it. Let me tell you what I have seen happen when a woman does this sincerely, gently, without strain. She begins to soften, and in softening, she becomes powerful. The hard woman is not powerful. She is defended. The soft woman is not weak. She is free, and freedom changes everything. A memory that once brought tears will arrive, and she will notice, perhaps with astonishment, that it no longer pierces her as it did. It is as though the barbs have been removed. The scene is still there, but it is like watching a play that no longer describes you. It becomes distant. It becomes something that happened, not something that is happening. And because it is no longer happening within you, it stops happening without you. There are relationships that seem frozen in a certain pattern. Perhaps there is a family member who has always spoken to you in a certain tone. Perhaps there is a sister who has always treated you as the lesser one. Perhaps there is a husband who has grown distant, not cruel, but absent. Perhaps there is a friend who always takes more than she gives. Perhaps there is a grown child who rarely calls, rarely visits, rarely says the words you long to hear. And you may have tried everything in the outer world. You may have explained, pleaded, reasoned, argued, written letters, given hints, swallowed your pride, or perhaps you have done the opposite. You have gone silent and told yourself you do not care. But you do care. The heart cares, and the heart deserves peace. Now hear me. You do not always have to speak to change a relationship. You do not always have to confront. You do not always have to demand. There is a place within you where the relationship is alive, and it is from that place that the outer relationship is shaped. So if you would change a relationship, revise the inner scene. You need not imagine a grand reconciliation. You need not imagine a perfect speech. That is again the mind reaching for drama. Instead, choose something simple, something that implies the change. Hear a voice, inwardly, saying, "I'm so glad we're close again." Feel an embrace. See a smile that is natural. Imagine a casual moment in which love is present without effort. And do not do it as though you are begging the person to change. Do it as though it has already changed. Do it from the state of yes, as though life has already consented. You may ask, "But Neville, is that not manipulating another?" And I tell you, no, you are not manipulating. You are correcting the state in yourself that has been producing the experience. You are choosing love instead of fear. You are choosing harmony instead of resentment. You are choosing a new concept of self in that relationship. And because the world is yourself pushed out, the other will reflect the change in ways that seem natural to them. I have seen estranged people come together with no explanation, no dramatic moment, simply a softening, a call, an invitation, a sudden ease where there was once tension. And if you asked them why it happened, they could not tell you. They would say, "I don't know, I just felt like calling." That is how it looks from the outside. But from the inside, it was law. It was the rearrangement of the shadow to match the substance. Now let us go deeper, for this is where emotional healing becomes profound. Many carry not only the memory of what was done to them, but the identity it created. A woman may carry a scene from childhood where she felt unseen, and from that scene she became the one who must earn love. Another may carry a scene where she was criticized, and from that scene she became the one who is never quite enough. Another may carry a scene of abandonment, and from that scene she became the one who will be left. These are not merely memories, they are states. And as long as you carry the state, you will find evidence for it. The outer world will keep presenting you with little proofs, little confirmations, because that is what life does. It says yes. So revision is not only changing an event, it is changing the state that the event produced. You revise the scene so that you are different in it. You revise so that you are chosen. You revise so that you are honored. You revise so that you are loved. You revise so that you are safe. And then you go to sleep in the feeling that this has always been true, that this is the foundation of your life. Do you see what happens? The past becomes a support instead of a wound. It becomes a root of strength instead of a root of fear. And because the subconscious mind is the womb of your experience, what you impress upon it at night becomes the child you meet in the day. Now I want you to understand something very important. Revision is not pretending the pain did not exist. It is releasing the pain from its obligation to repeat. There are some who believe that if they let go of a painful memory, they are somehow excusing what happened. That is not so. You are not excusing. You are not condoning. You are simply refusing to remain chained to it. You are taking your life back from a moment. The outer world may never acknowledge what it did. Some people will never apologize. Some will never even understand. But your freedom does not require their understanding. Your freedom requires only your decision. This is why revision is so merciful. It does not place your healing in the hands of another. Now, how does one do it? I will not give you a manual, for you already know the doorway. You have been practicing the doorway. You have learned to enter the state akin to sleep. You have learned to let the body rest while the inner man speaks. So in the same way, when you lie down and you feel that softness coming, you choose one scene from your day, or one scene from your past, that still carries a sting. Do not choose 10. Do not overwhelm yourself. Choose one. Like a thorn you remove gently from the skin. Then you allow it to play, but only for a moment, just enough to know what you are revising. And then you change it. You do not analyze it. You do not explain it. You change it. If someone spoke harshly, you hear them speak kindly. If someone ignored you, you see them turn toward you with warmth. If you were rejected, you experience acceptance. If you were dismissed, you are honored. If you were left, you are held. And you do not repeat it many times with strain. You repeat it until it begins to feel natural, until it begins to feel like the way it should have been, until the sting begins to lessen. Sometimes it takes only a few moments. Sometimes it takes a few nights. But I tell you it works. Because you are changing the feeling tone of the memory. And feeling is the language of the deeper mind. And as the deeper mind changes, the outer world changes. Now you may wonder, how can the past change the present? And I say again, it is not the past as a series of dates that changes you. It is the past as you carry it now. And when you carry it differently, you live differently, you react differently, you choose differently, you expect differently, you become different. And because you have become different, your world becomes different. This is why when the yes is established, the past begins to soften all on its own. You will notice you no longer rehearse old arguments. You no longer replay the worst moments. You no longer keep a private ledger of wrongs. The mind grows quiet because it no longer needs to protect an old identity. A woman who has lived for years in the state of being unappreciated may suddenly find she no longer needs to seek appreciation. And because she no longer seeks it from lack, she begins to receive it naturally. People begin to notice her. They begin to speak differently. They begin to offer help, affection, respect. Not because she demanded it, but because she is no longer the one who must beg for it. This is subtle, but it is profound. And it is why this work is so powerful for those who have carried responsibilities, who have given and given and given and given, and quietly wondered, when will it be my turn? When will someone see me? I tell you, it becomes your turn the moment you claim it inwardly. Revision, in this sense, is you seeing yourself. It is you honoring yourself. It is you giving yourself the yes that you have waited for. And when you give yourself that yes, the world must echo it. Now let me speak to a particular sorrow that many carry, especially in the later years, the sorrow of time. The thought, it is too late. The feeling, the best is behind me. The quiet fear, I missed my chance. This is one of the most cruel assumptions a person can accept because it makes life feel like a closing door. And if you fall asleep with that assumption, the world will show you more closing doors. Not because life wishes to punish you, but because life must be consistent with what you believe. But revision can heal even this. For revision is not only about a single event, it is about your entire concept of your story. You can revise the story you tell about your life. You may have told it as a story of sacrifices that were never rewarded. You may have told it as a story of love that was never returned. You may have told it as a story of opportunities that always passed you by. Tonight you can tell it differently, not with elaborate scenes, but with a new feeling tone. You can feel that your life has been preparing you, shaping you, bringing you to a new season where the yes comes easily. You can feel that what seemed like delays were alignments. You can feel that what seemed like losses were releases. You can feel that what seemed like endings were beginnings. And if you sleep in that feeling, you will begin to meet a different life, because you have moved into a different state. Now, I must tell you, revision also changes the way you view yourself in the mirror of the world. Some carry shame. Shame is a heavy thing. It is not only remembering what happened, it is deciding what it means about you. It is the secret sentence you have repeated, I am not worthy. And because the name of God is I am, whatever you place after those words becomes your reality. If you have placed shame after I am, you have lived under it. You have expected judgment. You have anticipated rejection. You have held back in love. You have held back in joy. You have held back even in prayer, because you thought you had no right to ask for good. Revision can lift shame by changing the meaning of an old scene. You can take the moment you once used as proof of unworthiness and make it proof of growth, proof of learning, proof of being human and still loved. You can revise so that you are forgiven. You can revise so that you are embraced. You can revise so that you are clean. Not because you have earned it, but because you accept it. And when you accept it, you will begin to feel a peace you have not known, because you are no longer divided against yourself. There is no greater healing than ending the war within. Now you may wonder, will others really change if I do this? Will the past truly loosen? And I tell you yes, but not always in the dramatic way the mind expects. Sometimes the change is simply that you no longer feel the need to reopen old wounds. You no longer feel compelled to bring up what happened. You no longer feel the urge to prove your pain. And because you no longer bring it into the present, it fades like a dream upon waking. Sometimes, without a word spoken, the other becomes kinder. Not because you controlled them, but because you are no longer offering the old state for them to reflect. They are meeting you anew. Sometimes, you will find yourself remembering an event, and you cannot quite find the bitterness you once felt. It is as though it belonged to someone else, and in a sense it did. It belonged to the old you. This is how the past changes. It changes as you change. And because you have changed, your future is no longer born from the same seed. Now let me guide you gently into how to let revision become part of your night, without making it a labor. When you are lying down, you may review your day softly, not to judge it, not to criticize yourself, but simply to notice where you consented to know. Perhaps there was a moment you felt dismissed. Perhaps there was a moment you felt anxious about money. Perhaps there was a moment you felt lonely, even in a room full of people. These are little confessions of state. Now before sleep takes you fully, you change the one that matters most. You take the moment and you let it end differently. If someone spoke to you sharply, you hear them soften. If you felt ignored, you feel seen. If you felt anxious, you feel provided for. If you felt lonely, you feel held. You need not take long. The subconscious is not impressed by length. It is impressed by feeling. And then, once you have revised, you do not remain awake to admire your work. You sleep. You let the seed go into the ground. You let the night do what it does. This is why the practice is so perfect. It does not ask you to fight the world. It asks you to change the inner record and then rest. And the next day you will notice small changes. A tone is different. A person responds differently. A memory arises, and it does not sting. You are not as quick to assume the worst. You are not as quick to withdraw. You feel more present. And these small changes, if persisted in, become great changes. For life is not changed by one grand gesture. It is changed by a new state, sustained. So when you establish the yes, you will find the past does not have the same authority. The old scenes no longer sit on the throne of your mind. They become servants, or they fade entirely. You will begin to understand that you are not a victim of what happened. You are the operant power that gives it meaning. And meaning is creative. Meaning is what the subconscious accepts. Meaning is what the world reflects. So I say to you tonight, with all the tenderness I can give through words, you do not have to carry the old pain into the new life. You do not have to keep paying for a moment with years of sorrow. You can change your inner record. You can soften the past. You can rewrite the relationship without argument. You can become the woman who is loved, the woman who is respected, the woman who is safe, the woman who is chosen, not by pleading for it, but by accepting it as your state. And then you sleep in it. Sleep as though it is done. Sleep as though the yes has already been spoken. Sleep, not waiting, not bargaining, not fearing, but knowing. And as you do, you will wake one day to a life that feels gentler, not because life suddenly decided to be kind, but because you finally accepted kindness as the truth of your being. And the world, faithful mirror that it is, could do nothing else but agree. If you have listened this far, then you have already felt it stirring in you, even if you cannot yet put it neatly into words. All the parts we have spoken of are not separate teachings. They are one movement. They are one truth seen from different angles. Sleep is not a superstition. Feeling is not a decoration. Assumption is not a trick. Being is not a distant ideal. They are one single axis upon which your entire life turns. Most people live as though life is something they must persuade. They plead with it. They bargain with it. They attempt to impress it with effort. They attempt to frighten it with anxiety, as though fear were a form of preparation. They attempt to control it with endless planning, as though the future were a stubborn animal that must be restrained. And then they wonder why they grow tired. They wonder why the heart becomes heavy. They wonder why the days begin to resemble each other, each one a new attempt at earning what should have been natural. But I tell you, life is not something to be persuaded. Life is not something to be chased. Life is not an employer who grants you a reward when you have worked long enough. Life is an echo, and an echo does not think, it does not judge, it does not decide, it simply repeats. If you call into a canyon with anger, the canyon answers with anger. If you call with sorrow, it answers with sorrow. If you call with joy, it answers with joy. The canyon does not weigh your worthiness. It does not consider your history. It is faithful to the tone. It is obedient to the sound. So is your world. Now do not misunderstand me. I am not saying you are to condemn yourself for every unpleasant echo you have heard. Many of you were taught tones you did not choose consciously. You learned them from the people around you. You learned them from disappointment. You learned them from long seasons of strain. You learned them so gradually that you began to think they were simply you, but they are not you. They are states you have worn, and what you have worn can be taken off. This is why I placed such emphasis on sleep. Because sleep is the moment you stop arguing with the echo. Sleep is the moment you stop trying to force the mirror to change by striking it. Sleep is the moment you go to the source, to the one place where the echo begins, your own consciousness. In the day, the outer world talks loudly. It shows you evidence. It offers you reasons. It insists that you react. It demands that you accept appearances as final. It can seem, to the untrained mind, as though the outer world is the master, and you are the servant. But at night, the world grows quiet. The body loosens its grip. The senses relax their insistence. The outer man becomes drowsy, and the inner man becomes near. This is the sacred interval, not because of any ritual, but because it is the natural door through which you may enter your own creative depth without struggle. You sleep every night. You do not have to learn to sleep. You only have to learn to fall asleep as the one you have chosen to be. For what is feeling, if not the atmosphere of your being? Feeling is the climate you carry. It is the invisible garment you wear within. It is the quiet yes or the quiet no you speak before words ever leave your mouth. And the subconscious does not respond to your speeches. It responds to your climate. It responds to your inner tone. So when I say Everything started saying yes to me. I do not mean that the world suddenly became generous for no reason. I mean that my inner tone changed. I stopped sleeping in the feeling of being denied. I stopped drifting into the night with the unspoken question, why not me? I stopped giving my subconscious a final instruction of sorrow, and then wondering why I woke to more sorrow. I began to go to sleep from fulfillment. I began to sleep from acceptance. I began to sleep from the quiet certainty that life was already favorable to me, because I had accepted favor as my state. And because the world is yourself pushed out, the world reflected that acceptance. Now the mind may still try to separate these things, but they are one. Sleep is the doorway, feeling is the language, assumption is the act, being is the result, and the echo is the outer world that must follow. You see, assumption is not merely saying it will be. Assumption is being. Assumption is identity. It is who you are in secret. It is what you accept as true when no one is watching. It is what you believe you deserve, even if you never speak of it aloud. And because your world is the echo, it cannot give you what you refuse to accept as yourself. It can only give you more evidence of your present concept of self. That is its nature. That is its lawfulness. So when a man says, life always disappoints me, and he sleeps with that feeling, he will find life offering him disappointments, and he will call it fate. When a woman says, I am always the one who gives and receives nothing, and she sleeps with that quiet resignation, she will find herself continuing to give, continuing to be overlooked, and she will call it her lot. When one says, money never stays with me, and he sleeps feeling anxious and small, money will move through his hands like water, and he will call it bad luck. But the echo is not bad luck. The echo is fidelity. Now here is where integration becomes complete. You begin to see that nothing in your life is isolated. It is all one continuous conversation between you and yourself. The world is not speaking to you as an external authority. It is answering you as a mirror. It is answering the state you occupy. It is repeating the tone you have assumed. This is why you need not be terrified of circumstances. They are not prophets. They are not final decrees. They are only echoes. They tell you what you have been, not what you must be. And when you truly accept this, a calm enters you. It is not the calm of indifference. It is the calm of authority. It is the calm of one who realizes that the echo can be changed by changing the sound. So instead of living as though you are at the mercy of the world's noise, you begin to choose your tone. You begin to choose what you will fall asleep feeling. You begin to decide what kind of person you are willing to be in secret. And that is the beginning of mastery. Now I want you to notice something. When you understand the world as echo, you stop taking things so personally in the old way, yet you take responsibility in a deeper way. You no longer blame the world with bitterness, but you no longer hand it your power either. You look at the echo, and you say, quietly, this is showing me what I have been entertaining. And then, with gentleness, you change what you entertain. You stop making your future dependent on other people's moods. You stop making your worth dependent on other people's approval. You stop making your peace dependent on the absence of problems. You become centered because you know the center is within you. And then, because you are centered, you begin to see the outer world arranging itself around that center. It is not strange. It is not mystical in the theatrical sense. It is simply natural law. If you have ever watched a skilled musician, you know the difference between forcing and being. The novice strains. The master rests. The master does not struggle to make music. Music flows through the master because the state is established. The instrument obeys the hands, and the hands obey the inner ear. There is harmony. So too with life. When the state is established, life obeys. Not because life is your servant, but because life is your echo. The difficulty for most is that they do not realize what they have been sounding. They think they are asking for good, but they are sounding lack. They think they are praying for love, but they are sounding unworthiness. They think they are seeking freedom, but they are sounding fear. And the echo answers perfectly. And they wonder why the answer seems harsh. Now this is why I have said again and again that the feeling is the secret. Words are not the sound. Feeling is the sound. You can say, I am blessed, and sleep feeling anxious, and the echo will answer the anxiety, not the phrase. You can say, I am loved, and sleep feeling abandoned, and the echo will answer the abandonment. You can say, I am prosperous, and sleep feeling deprived, and the echo will answer deprivation. But if you sleep feeling blessed, the echo answers blessing. If you sleep feeling loved, the echo answers love. If you sleep feeling prosperous, the echo answers prosperity. Do you see how simple it becomes? Not easy at first, perhaps, because habit has weight, but simple. And now we come to the declaration that gathers everything into one living sentence. Life always says yes. The question is, to whom? Not to the man who begs, not to the woman who pleads, not to the one who vows, one day I will be worthy, not to the one who says, I will believe when I see. For those are not states of having, those are states of waiting, and life says yes to waiting. By giving more to wait for, life says yes to the one you are. Life says yes to the one you fall asleep. I'm says yes to the one you fall asleep. I'm says yes to the concept of self you carry when you are alone. So the question is not, will life say yes? It must. It cannot do otherwise. The question is, who is the one in me that life is agreeing with? Is it the one who expects disappointment? Then life will faithfully present disappointment. Is it the one who expects rejection? Then life will faithfully present rejection. Is it the one who expects struggle? Then life will faithfully present struggle. Or is it the one who expects kindness? Is it the one who expects favor? Is it the one who expects love? Is it the one who expects doors to open? Is it the one who expects to be helped, guided, supported, provided for? You may choose, and you choose most powerfully at night. For the night is not merely rest for the body, it is instruction for the soul. It is the moment you whisper your identity into the depths where all things take root. So if you would integrate this fully, do not make it an occasional practice, a little exercise you attempt when you are desperate. Make it your way of living. Let the day be the field where you observe the echo of old tones without fear. Let the night be the workshop where you choose the new tone deliberately. And let the feeling be your guide, not as a fleeting emotion, but as a settled atmosphere. Then you will find that life does not become perfect in the childish sense. The world will still move. People will still have their own moods and moments. Circumstances will still shift. But you will no longer be tossed about by appearances, because you will understand what they are, echoes. And you will know where echoes come from. And as you persist, you will begin to experience what I experienced when everything started saying yes. You will notice that what used to feel difficult becomes natural. Conversations become easier. Doors open without struggle. Ideas come when you need them. The right words come to your tongue. Timing becomes friendly. You find yourself in the right place without knowing how you arrived there. You feel supported by life, not because life has changed its nature, but because you have. You have become the one to whom life says yes. And once you taste that, you will never again worship the outer world as though it were a god. You will respect it as an echo, and you will return again and again to the only place where power truly lives, the I am within you. So tonight, if you do nothing else, do this one thing. Notice who you are being as you drift into sleep. Notice the quiet sentence you are saying with your feeling. And if it is not the sentence you wish life to repeat, change it gently, not with strain, not with argument, with acceptance. Become the one who is already answered. Become the one who is already favored. Become the one who is already loved. And sleep as that one. For life always says yes. The question is, to whom? And now, having brought you all the way to this simple recognition that life is an echo, that the world is response, that your days only reflect the tone you gave them yesterday, we do not need to argue any longer. We do not need to persuade the mind. We do not need to chase proof in the streets of the world. We are finished with that weary habit. For if the outer world is an echo, then the wisest thing a man can do is to speak from the place where echoes are born, and that place is not the marketplace. It is not the noise of the day. It is not the endless attempt to figure it out. The place where the world takes its orders is within you, quietly, invisibly, and most easily, when the senses grow dim. So I will not ask you to strain. I will not ask you to wrestle with yourself. I will not ask you to become clever, or holy, or perfect, before you begin. I will ask you only to listen, and to yield, and to let the body grow heavy while the inner man grows certain. Tonight, you are not here to collect more ideas. You are here to enter a state. You are here to taste what it feels like when everything turns in your favor, not as a hope, not as a future, but as a present atmosphere around your being. And if you will allow yourself to fall into that atmosphere, the world will, without effort on your part, begin to rearrange itself in obedience. I want you to understand something very plainly. There is a kind of exhaustion that comes from living as though life must be convinced, as though doors must be forced, as though people must be persuaded, as though fortune must be hunted down like an animal in the wild. That exhaustion is not proof of your seriousness. It is proof of a misunderstanding. It is the fatigue of one who believes the world is cause. Then there is another kind of living, quiet, steady, almost invisible, in which you do not chase, you do not beg, you do not lean your whole soul upon the changing opinions of others or the uncertain conditions of tomorrow. You simply become the one for whom things work out. You become the one for whom help arrives. You become the one for whom timing is right. Meetings are fortunate, conversations are favorable, and solutions appear. This is not a matter of personality, it is a matter of state, and the state can be entered now. So let this be the turning point. Let the last part of our conversation fade into the background like a lamp being lowered. And let this next portion be something different. Not instruction, not analysis, not even teaching, but an experience. If you are lying down, remain as you are. If you are seated, soften your body. Let the shoulders drop. Let the hands loosen. Let the jaw release. And if it pleases you, close your eyes. Not in an act of effort, but as a simple permission for the world outside to be less interesting than the world within. Do not attempt to do it right. There is no strain required here. There is no performance. There is only surrender into a gentler assumption than the one you have been carrying. Now, in the most ordinary way, become aware of your breathing, not to control it, but to notice it. Notice that the breath comes and the breath goes without your personal labor. It is given. Life is giving itself to you even now. And because it is given, you may stop fighting, for a moment, the habit of trying to manage everything with the conscious mind. As you breathe, let the body grow heavier, as though the weight of the day is being returned to the earth. You do not need to solve anything at this hour. You do not need to arrange tomorrow. You do not need to rehearse the past. If those thoughts come, let them pass like a carriage moving down a street. Do not chase after it. Do not climb aboard. Let it roll on. There is a softness that comes over the mind at night, a gentle loosening of the grip, and in that loosening, you will find your power, not the noisy power that argues, but the silent power that accepts. Now, I want you to imagine something, not with strain, not with effort, but as you might recall, a pleasant memory, something simple, a mood, an atmosphere, a sense. Imagine that tonight is the night everything turns in your favor, not in the dramatic way the world loves to advertise, not with fireworks, not with spectacle, but in the quiet way life truly changes, through the bending of small things, through the soft shifting of unseen arrangements, through the silent opening of doors you did not even know were there. Let those words rest upon you. Everything turns in your favor. Do not rush to define it. Do not try to list it. Do not attempt to command how it must come. Simply let the phrase produce a gentle feeling, as though you have stepped into a room where you are welcomed. What would it feel like if, without your forcing, without your pleading, the trend of your life shifted? If the pattern that seemed against you began to move with you, if delays became blessings, if obstacles became detours into better outcomes, if the very same life that once felt stubborn began to feel cooperative, let it be felt as an ease in the chest. Let it be felt as a release behind the eyes. Let it be felt as a quiet confidence in the belly. You are not demanding. You are accepting. You are not pushing the world. You are yielding into the state that the world must mirror. Now you may say, "But Neville, my facts are not favorable." And I answer you, the facts are the echo of previous states. They are not the cause. They are what remains when old assumptions have been outpictured. You need not fight them. You need only stop feeding them with your attention and begin feeding the new state. So when a contrary thought arises about money or love or health or time, do not battle it. Do not call it an enemy. Simply treat it as an old habit knocking at the door. And in the same calm way, you would refuse a stranger entry. Refuse it by turning inward again. Return to the feeling that tonight is the night everything turns in your favor. Now I will guide you gently into a small imaginal act, not because the act itself has magic, but because it gives the feeling a body. The subconscious mind speaks in pictures and sensations. It accepts reality through experience. So we will give it an experience. Imagine simply that you are speaking with someone you trust, someone whose voice would naturally soothe you. It may be a friend, a loved one, or simply a kind presence you can feel. Hear them say to you, with warmth and certainty, "It's happening. Things are turning. Everything is working out for you." Hear it as naturally as you hear the rain when it falls, not as a line in a play, but as a true statement spoken into your life. Let their tone be calm. Let it be matter of fact. Let it carry no desperation, because it is not trying to make something happen. It is acknowledging what already is. Now, as you hear those words, notice what happens inside you. Perhaps there is a loosening, perhaps a small smile, perhaps a quiet warmth, perhaps a sigh. That sigh is precious. It is the body's confession. It is the body agreeing with the state. And the subconscious mind believes what the body believes. Now let the scene continue. Only for a moment. Imagine that this person says again, "I knew it. I knew it would turn. I knew life would say yes to you." And you reply, not with excitement that feels hungry, but with relief that feels settled. You reply, "Yes, I can feel it. It has shifted." Feel the truth of that reply. It has shifted, not because you saw evidence, but because you changed the cause. You changed the inner tone. Now let the imaginal scene fade like a mist. You do not need to hold it tightly. You do not need to repeat it mechanically. Let it do what a seed does, sink into the soil. And now we will go deeper, not into effort, but into naturalness. I want you to feel what it is like to be the one who is favored. Do not make it arrogant. Favor is not vanity. It is acceptance. It is the quiet knowing that you are not excluded from life's goodness. It is the simple assumption that good things find you. Help comes to you. Timing serves you. People respond kindly. Solutions arise. If you were the one for whom things work out, how would you rest tonight? Would you clench your jaw and rehearse tomorrow's problems? No. You would rest. You would let the body sleep. You would stop negotiating with fear. You would stop paying attention to the old. No. So become that one now. Not by pretending, by accepting. Let the mind take on the tone of favorable outcomes. Let the heart take on the tone of relief. Let the body take on the tone of safety. Now I want to address the most common obstacle at this moment. Many of you, as you soften, will feel the old habit of caution. You will think, if I relax, I may be disappointed. If I believe, I may be hurt. If I assume good, I may be made a fool. Listen carefully. That habit is not wisdom. It is a wound. It is the memory of old disappointments, trying to protect itself by staying tense. But tension has never saved you. Tension has only made you tired. Tonight, for a little while, you may set that habit down. You are not signing a contract with disappointment. You are entering a state that is your birthright. You are returning to the cause. And now I will guide you into the most powerful element of this practice. It is not the scene. It is not the words. It is not even the idea. It is the feeling of already. Already it is turning. Already it is working. Already it is arranged. Already it is yes. Let the word already be like a warm blanket. It removes waiting. It removes distance. It ends the argument. If you are the one for whom everything turns in your favor, you do not wait for life to prove it before you feel it. You feel it first, and life follows. Now imagine, for a moment, that tomorrow morning you awaken, and something subtle is different. Not necessarily loud, not necessarily dramatic, but the air feels friendlier. Your mind feels calmer. The weight on your shoulders is lighter. The sense of struggle is reduced. And even before any news arrives, you feel deep within that the tide has turned. Feel that now. Feel the morning light. Feel the simple act of waking and realizing you are no longer bracing yourself against life. You are meeting life with a quiet trust. Now imagine that later in the day, a small confirmation arrives. Perhaps a conversation goes well, perhaps someone is kinder than usual, perhaps a message comes, perhaps an opportunity appears, perhaps a problem that has been stubborn begins to soften, perhaps a door you expected to be closed is suddenly open. Do not force the details. Let it be general. Let it be the feeling of the world cooperating. And notice the natural response in you. Of course it is turning. Of course it is favorable. That of course is the secret. It implies naturalness. It implies you are at home in the state. Now let the body sink a little deeper. If your thoughts wander, bring them back with gentleness. Not with discipline, like a whip, but with tenderness, like a hand on the shoulder. Return to the feeling tonight is the night everything turns in your favor. Now I will speak to you as I have spoken to so many, face to face, in quiet rooms, in my own day, long before the world learned to fill itself with constant noise. I will speak simply, like a friend. You do not need to earn the favorable turn. You do not need to be perfect. You do not need to deserve it through suffering. The world is not a judge, it is a mirror, and mirrors do not reward. They reflect. If you have been seeing no, it is because you have been living, often without knowing it, in the state of no. You have been sleeping in it. You have been waking in it. You have been speaking from it. You have been expecting it. And because life is faithful, it has given you what you assumed. But tonight, you are not the same. Tonight, you are not the same. Tonight, you are deliberately choosing the state of yes. Now listen closely. There is a way to know you have entered the right state. It is not excitement. It is not strain. It is not the compulsion to check. It is peace. It is the feeling that you could fall asleep and be safe, because it is already arranged. So let peace come. Let peace be the proof. If you feel even a small measure of it, honor it. That small measure is enough. The seed does not need to be large. It only needs to be alive. Now I want to give you another gentle imaginal moment. Not because you must do many scenes, but because it may help you feel the certainty. Imagine yourself receiving good news. Not specific, not forced, just the feeling of reading a letter or hearing a voice and knowing immediately that it is favorable. See your own hands, perhaps, holding a paper. Feel the texture. Hear yourself say quietly, "It worked out," or "They said yes," or "It's approved," or "It's resolved." Choose one phrase that would imply everything has turned. Now let that phrase be spoken once, clearly, in your inner hearing. It worked out, and as you hear it, feel the relief. Not the relief of someone who has been lucky, but the relief of someone who has come home to a law. The relief of someone who realizes life is not against him. Life is responding. Now let that relief deepen. Let the shoulders drop again. Let the breath slow again. Now you may feel sleepy. That is good. Sleepiness is not the enemy here. Sleepiness is the doorway. The state akin to sleep is the altar, and the altar is where the seed is received. So do not try to stay alert. Do not try to remain analytical. Let the mind drift, but let the drift be colored by the feeling. If you are drifting, drift with the assumption that everything turns in your favor. Now I will speak a little about what I mean by hearing this while I slept, because many misunderstand. They think I mean a sound from outside. They think I mean some charm or formula. No, my dear friend. What you hear as you sleep is the tone you accept as true. It is the last inner conclusion you carry with you into the depths. Some fall asleep hearing, "Nothing works for me." Some fall asleep hearing, "It's too late." Some fall asleep hearing, "I will always be alone." Some fall asleep hearing, "There is not enough." Some fall asleep hearing, "Life says no." And because the subconscious does not argue, it accepts that as reality and outpictures it. But tonight, you are learning to fall asleep hearing something else, not from the ears of flesh, but from the inner ear. Tonight, you will fall asleep hearing, "It is turning, it is favorable, it is yes." And that inner hearing, persisted in, becomes fact. Now let me remind you, you do not need to hold these phrases like a clenched fist. Let them be like a lullaby, soft, repeated without force, sinking deeper each time. If you like, let a simple inner sentence accompany your drowsiness. Everything is turning in my favor. Say it inwardly, slowly, with feeling. Not like a chant to convince, but like a confession of truth. Everything is turning in my favor. And notice how the mind begins to accept it, not through argument, but through repetition in the drowsy state. Everything is turning in my favor. Now, if any fear rises, do not panic. Fear is only a state knocking. It has no authority unless you seat it on the throne. So if fear comes, you may say, "I see you," and then you may turn away, returning to your chosen tone. Everything is turning in my favor. Now I want you to consider something. If everything is turning in your favor, then even what seems delayed is not delayed. It is arranged. Even what seems uncertain is not uncertain. It is unfolding. Even what seems like a closed door is not rejection. It is redirection. So as you fall asleep, you may let the mind make peace with the past. You may let the mind release its complaints. You may let the mind stop tallying disappointments, not because you deny them, but because you no longer worship them. They were shadows. You were the light that cast them, and now you are choosing a different light. Everything is turning in your favor. Now I want you to feel this, not only for one desire, but for the whole of life. The night everything turns in your favor is not a night when one problem is fixed while the rest remains hostile. It is a night when your relationship with life changes, when you awaken into the feeling that life is with you, when you walk through the day and you expect cooperation, when you speak to others and you assume receptivity, when you attempt a thing and you assume support, when you imagine and you know it is received. So let that be the feeling now. Life is with me. Say it inwardly. If you wish, just once. Life is with me. And let it soften you. Now, if you are still awake enough to imagine this, you are walking through an ordinary day, but everything has a different flavor. You go to speak with someone, and their tone is kinder. You go to inquire about something, and the answer is yes. You go to attempt something, and it moves more smoothly than expected. You remember something you feared, and you realize it has lost its hold. You notice that the weight of struggle is lighter, and all of it feels natural, not miraculous, not shocking, simply natural, because you have changed the state. Now, let your mind rest in that naturalness. Naturalness is the evidence that the seed has been accepted. When the wish fulfilled feels natural, the subconscious has received it. So do not chase intensity, chase naturalness. Let it be ordinary to be favored. Let it be ordinary to have things work out. Let it be ordinary to receive. Now I am going to slow my words even further, because you may now be close to sleep, and this is the perfect moment. Not to do more, but to let the last impression be the right one. So I will leave you with a simple inner hearing. You may repeat it silently, or you may simply let it wash over you. Everything is turning in my favor. And again, softly. Everything is turning in my favor. Let your body believe it. Let your breath believe it. Let your heart believe it. Now if you drift, drift into that. If you sleep, sleep in that. And if you awaken in the night, do not reach for old worries. Do not reach for old arguments. Return gently to the same tone. Everything is turning in my favor. Because the night is not a void. The night is a workshop. And the last thing you accept as true, before you cross the threshold, becomes the pattern that day must follow. So, my dear friend, let this be the night. Not because the world suddenly became kinder, but because you assumed a kinder world. Not because chance smiled, but because you became the one for whom life says yes. And now, without hurry, without effort, without strain, let the senses fade, let the body sleep, and let the inner hearing remain like a soft flame. Everything is turning in my favor. Everything is turning in my favor. Everything is turning in my favor. Let us go on then, without breaking the mood, without stepping back into the noise of explanation. For when you have once felt the turn in your favor, the next natural step is even quieter, even more intimate. It is not merely that events become favorable. It is that you begin to know, deep within yourself, that you are not overlooked by life. You are not forgotten. You are not the one standing outside the door, listening to laughter in a room where you believe you were never invited. There is a feeling many carry, often without admitting it, that life chooses others, that love chooses others, that opportunity, beauty, ease, recognition, safety, somehow they choose others. And this hidden assumption becomes the very mold into which the world pours its evidence. People sense it. Circumstances echo it. Even the smallest delays begin to feel like rejection, because the state behind them has been rejection. Tonight, we do not fight that old state. We do not condemn it. We do not analyze where it began. We simply replace it. We move into the state of being chosen. And we fall asleep there as naturally as a child falls asleep in a home where he belongs. So settle again as you are. Let the body become comfortable. Let the breathing be easy. And if your eyes are closed, keep them closed. If they are open, allow them to soften, as though the world is no longer asking for your attention. The outer day has had you long enough. Now the inner night claims you. I want you to feel, first of all, the difference between trying to be chosen and already being chosen. The first is tight. It leans forward. It is hungry. It is anxious. It watches faces too closely. It reads meaning into silence. It bargains with itself. It rehearses what it should have said. It wonders if it is enough. But the second is calm. It rests back. It is not asking for permission to exist. It is not asking for proof of worth. It assumes belonging. It assumes favor. It assumes a place has already been made for it, and therefore it does not scramble. Tonight, you will sleep as the one who is already chosen. Not chosen by a person alone, though that may come. Not chosen by a single opportunity, though that too may come. But chosen by life itself. Chosen by the deeper order of being. Chosen in the only place where choice matters, within consciousness. Now do not turn this into a grand philosophy. Let it be a simple feeling. Let it be as simple as being welcomed. If you have ever walked into a room and felt immediately, I am wanted here, then you know the tone. If you have ever been embraced without question, if you have ever been looked at with warmth that required no explanation, you know the tone. If you have ever been invited, included, remembered, you know the tone. And if you have not felt it often, then tonight you will feel it now, because imagination is not a toy, it is reality in its first form. Now bring your attention inward, gently, as though you are listening to your own heart from a distance. Feel the steadiness of your being. Notice how life is already sustaining you. Your heart is beating without your instruction. Your breath is moving without your command. You are being carried even when you do nothing. That is already a kind of choosing. So let that be your first acceptance. I am supported. I am carried. I am not an accident. And now, let that deepen into something more personal, more tender. I am chosen, not as a boast, not as a boast, not as a challenge to anyone else, not as a weapon against the world, but as a quiet truth that settles your nerves and gives your mind permission to stop seeking. I will ask you to imagine a scene now, very softly, very briefly, not to force an outcome, but to awaken the feeling of being chosen in a way the subconscious will recognize. Imagine that someone speaks your name with affection. They do not shout it across a crowd. They speak it close, as though they are glad you are there. Hear your name in their voice. Hear the warmth in the way they say it, as though your presence is a gift, not an inconvenience. Now, without trying to see the face perfectly, sense the expression, sense that they are pleased, sense that they are relieved, sense that they have been wanting to be with you and now they are. And hear them say, very simply, I chose you. Let those words fall into you like a stone into still water. I chose you. Do not argue with the words. Do not inspect them. Do not ask how. Feel what they do to the body. Feel the shoulders soften. Feel the jaw release. Feel the chest warm. Feel the mind stop racing for a moment. Now hear the words again, in the same gentle tone. I chose you. And notice the strange thing. The moment you accept that, the whole posture of your being changes. You stop reaching, you stop chasing, you stop trying to perform for love. You stop auditioning for life. You simply are. That is the state. That is what we are doing tonight. We are ceasing the inner audition. Now let the scene shift slightly. Imagine you are holding a letter. In my day, letters were the ordinary carriers of news and affection. You hold the paper and you recognize the handwriting. And as you read, you realize this is not a rejection. It is an invitation. It is an invitation. It is a confirmation. You do not need to read many words. You only need the feeling the letter gives you. The feeling that you have been selected. The feeling that someone has made space for you. The feeling that you belong to what you desire. Feel it. Let it be real. Let it be a relief so natural that you almost smile. Now you may say within yourself quietly, of course. Not finally, as though you have been deprived. Not at last, as though life has been cruel. But of course, as though this was always your place, and you simply forgot. That of course is powerful. It implies naturalness. It implies inevitability. It implies that being chosen is not a surprise. It is your normal. Now, if you find resistance here, let us be honest about it. Many have been hurt. Many have been disappointed. Many have been made to feel replaceable. Many have interpreted silence as rejection, delay as dismissal, indifference as proof of unworthiness. But I tell you, those experiences were not verdicts on you. They were reflections of states you occupied, often unknowingly, states inherited from childhood, from society, from old conversations, from repeated disappointments. The world was not judging you. The world was echoing you. And that is good news, because you can change the echo by changing the voice within. So we do not plead with the outer world. We do not beg people to value us. We do not argue with circumstances. We simply occupy the state of being chosen, and the world must, by law, bring forth evidence that matches it. Now let us make this state even more intimate, even more bodily, because the subconscious believes what feels like fact. Imagine you are walking down a street, an ordinary street, and you notice something different about yourself. You are not watching everyone for approval. You are not shrinking. You are not bracing for rejection. You are moving as one who belongs. Your steps are steady. Your posture is natural. Your breathing is open. There is no inner apology for existing. And because you are in that state, people respond differently. Not because you are forcing them, not because you are manipulating them, but because they are meeting the version of you that you are expressing. Imagine a passerby offers a small kindness, a nod, a smile, a simple courtesy, and you receive it without suspicion. Imagine someone speaks to you with warmth, with respect, and you receive it without the old inner voice saying, it won't last. You receive it as normal. That is what it means to be chosen. It means you stop making kindness feel rare. You stop making affection feel suspicious. You stop making good feel temporary. Now I want you to feel chosen not only by people, but by outcomes. Chosen by timing. Chosen by opportunity. Chosen by life. Imagine that you arrive at exactly the right moment. Imagine that you meet exactly the right person at exactly the right time, without strain. Imagine that the conversation flows easily. Imagine that you say the right thing naturally, because you are not nervous. You are not trying to impress. You are chosen. Therefore you are at ease. Feel the ease. Now the temptation at this point is to ask, chosen for what, Neville? Chosen for love? Chosen for success? Chosen for a particular person? Chosen for health? Chosen for peace? Do not narrow it too quickly. Let the state be general and profound. If you are chosen, then what is yours will find you. If you are chosen, then you do not need to push. If you are chosen, then you are guided. If you are chosen, then life cooperates. So let the feeling remain broad. I am chosen by the very movement of my life. And now, if you wish, you may place a simple sentence in your mind, one that you can carry into sleep like a soft lantern. Everything I desire, desires me. Or, I am wanted. Or, I am chosen. Select one that feels most natural. Do not pick the one that sounds grand. Pick the one that makes your body relax. Now repeat it inwardly, slowly, with feeling. I am chosen. And again, I am chosen. Not as a spell, as a recognition, as a quiet acceptance. Now I want you to notice something subtle. When you accept the state of being chosen, you stop searching for signs all day. You stop demanding reassurance. You stop replaying conversations. You stop wondering what others think, and what replaces that old habit is a gentle dignity. Dignity is not pride. It is not hardness. It is not coldness. It is simply the absence of begging. The chosen one does not beg. The chosen one does not chase. The chosen one does not bargain with self-worth. So as you drift towards sleep, feel dignity settle into you like a robe. You may have lived for years without it, but it is yours. It is natural. It belongs to your true being. Now let us go deeper still, because some of you carry a secret fear. If I am chosen, someone else will be rejected. Or, if I accept being chosen, I will become selfish. No. Being chosen is not a competition in consciousness. When you enter a higher state, you elevate your world. You do not steal from another. You simply withdraw your attention from the state of rejection and you occupy the state of acceptance. That is all. And when you do this, you become kinder, not harsher. You become steadier, not more demanding. You become more capable of love because you are no longer starving for it. So let yourself accept it without guilt. I am chosen. Now imagine something very simple and tender. Imagine that you are sitting in a quiet room, perhaps by a lamp, and someone enters. They do not hesitate. They do not look around for someone else. They come directly to you. They sit near you. They touch your hand or your shoulder, or they simply look at you with affection. And you know, without question, that they are glad it is you. That feeling, glad it is you, is the very heart of being chosen. Let that sink in. Glad it is me. You may say it inwardly, very softly. They are glad it is me. And now, broaden it. Life is glad it is me. Life is glad it is me. Now do not turn that into a philosophical argument. Let it be a feeling. Let it change the tone of your sleep. Because you see, my dear friend, what you fall asleep feeling, you awaken experiencing. The subconscious is the womb of your world, and it is impressed most deeply when you are in the drowsy state, when the guard of the senses is down, when you are no longer resisting with reason. So tonight, you are doing the simplest, greatest thing. You are giving your subconscious a new identity. Not the one who is overlooked, not the one who waits, not the one who must prove, but the one who is chosen, and the world will obey. Now let me speak to you about the difference between chosen and approved. Approval is fickle. It depends upon moods and opinions. But being chosen is deeper. It is a state of belonging. And belonging does not rise and fall with the day. So if you have been living in the hunger for approval, tonight you may release it. You are chosen. And because you are chosen, you do not need everyone. You do not need universal agreement. You do not need constant praise. You are at peace. Now some of you may feel a sadness as you accept this, because you realize how long you have lived in the opposite. Let that sadness come, if it comes. Do not fight it. Sadness is often the soul releasing an old story, but do not remain there. Let the sadness be like a wave that passes, leaving the shore cleaner, then return to the state. I am chosen. Now let us gently incorporate the art of revision, without calling it by name, without making it technical. If there is a memory in you, an old moment of being dismissed, overlooked, rejected, bring it to mind lightly, as though it is at a distance. Do not dive into pain. Just touch it. And now, change it. Not by force, but by imagining the scene as you would have wished it to be. See yourself being included. See yourself being valued. Hear the voice you needed to hear. Feel the warmth you deserved. Let the old scene soften and dissolve, and let the new scene take its place. Do not do this for a long time. Only long enough to let the subconscious accept the new pattern. And now let it go. Return again to the feeling of being chosen. Now, because if you are chosen now, the past has no power to define you. The past becomes a story you no longer live from. Now, as you drift, I will give you one more imaginal act. Very simple, very sweet. Imagine you are lying in bed, exactly as you are now, and you hear a gentle knock at a door, not a loud knock, a kind knock. And you know, without anxiety, that what is behind that door is good. So you rise, in imagination, and you open the door. And there it is, your life turned toward you. Favor, opportunity, love, peace. A simple sense of yes. You do not need to see it clearly. You only need to feel the truth. It has come to you. You did not chase it. It came to you. And you hear, inwardly, a simple sentence spoken with certainty. You were chosen. Let that be the last impression. Let it be the lullaby of your new identity. You were chosen. You were chosen. You are chosen. Now let the body sleep. Let the mind drift. And if you awaken later in the night, do not reach for worry. Do not reach for old stories. Return to the same gentle truth. I am chosen. And sleep again. For what you accept in the night becomes the shape of your day. And the one who sleeps as chosen awakens into a world that must confirm it. So rest now, my dear friend, as one who belongs. Rest as one who is wanted. Rest as one who is already chosen. And let the night do what it was made to do. Receive the seed and bring forth its harvest. You have done something precious already, and I want you to recognize it without making effort out of it. You have begun to feel the difference between a mind that begs the world for permission and a consciousness that quietly grants permission to itself. That difference is everything. And now we move to something even more subtle, and therefore even more powerful. For the outer world, with all its noises and delays and opinions, is slow. But the inner world is immediate. The inner world says yes, in an instant. And what it accepts in that instant becomes tomorrow's climate, tomorrow's encounters, tomorrow's sequence of events. Most people live as though tomorrow is an unknown country. They approach it with suspicion. They expect resistance. They rehearse problems before they happen. They feel a quiet dread without realizing they have already voted against themselves. They do not speak a clear no with the lips, but they whisper it with their state. And life, being faithful, echoes that whisper. Tonight we are not going to struggle with tomorrow. We are not going to plan it. We are not going to chase it. We are going to change it at the only point where it can truly be changed within you, before you sleep, by establishing the inner yes. So make yourself comfortable again. Let the body be heavy. Let the limbs soften. Let the face relax. Let the breath become slow. Not because you force it, but because you allow it. If there is any tension in you, do not fight it. Do not argue with it. Simply let it be there as a passing visitor. And while it passes, you remain. You remain the awareness behind it. You remain the one who chooses. Now I want you to feel something very simple. The sense of agreement within yourself. The sense of inner approval. The sense that you are no longer divided, no longer pulling against your own good. Many people think their greatest enemies are outside of them. But the most common enemy is inner disagreement. It is the habit of saying, I want this, and then feeling. But it won't happen. It is the habit of praying with the lips while doubting with the heart. It is the habit of imagining a desire, and then imagining the disappointment that follows. And what does life do? It takes the stronger impression. It takes the feeling. It takes the state. It takes the inner no, and it builds tomorrow upon it. So tonight we do not decorate the mind with hopeful words. We establish an inner agreement. We establish a yes so quiet, so settled, so natural, that it does not feel like an attempt. It feels like a decision that has already been made. Now listen to me carefully. The inner yes is not excitement. It is not feverish anticipation. It is not nervous optimism. It is not the frantic energy of someone trying to convince themselves. The inner yes is calm. It is simple. It is final. It is the feeling of it is allowed. It is the feeling of it is mine to experience. It is the feeling of it belongs to me naturally. It is the feeling of I do not need to wrestle with it anymore. So as you lie there, I want you to ask yourself one gentle question, as though you are asking a dear friend, not interrogating a problem. What is it I would like life to say yes to? Do not rush. Let something rise. Perhaps you want peace. Perhaps you want relief from worry. Perhaps you want a loving relationship to soften and become kind. Perhaps you want work to open for you. Perhaps you want money to become easier, not as a fantasy, but as a normal flow. Perhaps you want your body to feel well. Perhaps you want your home to feel safe. Perhaps you simply want to wake up tomorrow with a lightness you have not felt in a long time. Whatever it is, allow it to be simple. Do not make it dramatic. The subconscious loves simplicity. Now once you have it, once you have touched it gently in your mind, do not move outward to how. Do not start building bridges with the reasoning mind. Do not ask what must happen, who must change, where the opportunity will come from. That is not your work. Your work is to say yes within. So let us do it now. Bring the desire to mind, softly, like you are holding a warm cup in your hands. And now inwardly, not with force, but with a quiet authority, say yes. Not yes as a request, yes as an acceptance. Yes. Let that word drop into you. Feel what it does. Yes. Now say it again, slowly. And as you say it, do not speak it as a sound. Feel it as a state. Feel it as a door opening inside your chest. Yes, now you may notice something. When you say yes inwardly, the mind may immediately throw up objections. It may say, but you tried before. It may say, but the facts. It may say, but time is running. It may say, but people. Let those thoughts pass like smoke. Do not wrestle with them. You do not have to win an argument. You only have to return to the state. Yes. Because the inner yes is not a debate. It is not a negotiation. It is a selection. It is you choosing the state that will externalize itself. Now let us give the inner yes a form the subconscious understands. Let us clothe it in a small scene, a tiny moment that implies the change is already done. Imagine this, it is tomorrow, not a year from now, not some distant future where you might feel safe enough to believe. Tomorrow. You open your eyes, and there is a difference. You do not have to understand it. You only sense it. The air feels friendlier. The body feels lighter. The mind is not racing to find problems. There is a quiet feeling, like a hand resting on your shoulder, saying, it is all right. Now imagine you sit up, and you hear yourself speak one simple sentence. You may whisper it in your imagination. You may not move your lips at all, but you hear it as though it is natural. Something has shifted. That is all. And as you say, something has shifted, feel the relief of it. Feel the ease of it. Feel the calm certainty, as though the day has already agreed with you. Now imagine you go through the simplest part of the morning. Perhaps you wash your face. Perhaps you dress. Perhaps you pour a cup of tea or coffee. Do not make it complicated. In my day, the morning was simple. Let yours be simple in imagination too. And as you move through that ordinary morning, you feel a quiet companionship with life. You are not bracing. You are not defending. You are not preparing for disappointment. You are walking inside a yes. Now in your imaginal morning, let something small happen. Something that implies life is cooperating. A message arrives with good news. Or you receive a kind word. Or you notice an opportunity that feels natural. Or a problem that has been heavy suddenly feels lighter, as though it no longer owns you. Choose one. Let it be gentle. Do not make it theatrical. The subconscious is impressed by what feels plausible and intimate. Now see it happen. And as it happens, do not react with shock. React with normalness. Of course. Yes. Of course. Now this is important. The inner yes does not produce surprise. It produces recognition. When you have truly accepted a state, the outer event that matches it does not feel like a miracle. It feels like the next logical thing. So in imagination, let it feel like the next logical thing. Now go a little further into tomorrow. Imagine yourself speaking to someone. Perhaps a friend, perhaps a family member, perhaps a colleague. You may not see their face clearly. That is not necessary. Only the tone matters. And hear yourself say, very casually, very naturally, things are working out, not as an affirmation you are trying to force, as a report. Things are working out, and notice how you feel saying that. Notice the steadiness in it. Notice the absence of pleading. Now let the person respond in a way that confirms your new state. Perhaps they smile. Perhaps they say, I'm glad. Perhaps they say, I knew it would. Perhaps they simply respond warmly, as though they too can feel the shift. Now pause for a moment in that imaginal tomorrow and feel what this state is like. It is not excitement. It is not anxiety. It is not waiting. It is being. It is living inside a yes. Now you might say, Neville, is it truly so simple? Yes. But do not confuse simple with casual. Simple is not careless. Simple is not weak. Simple is law. Seed is simple, yet it becomes a tree. An assumption is simple, yet it becomes a life. Now the inner yes has a particular flavor. It is the feeling of permission. Many of you do not receive what you desire because you do not feel permitted to have it. You feel you must earn it through suffering. You feel you must pay for it with worry. You feel you must prove yourself worthy. And so you keep yourself in a prison whose bars are made of inner denial. So tonight we remove the bars, not by fighting them, but by granting permission. You may say within yourself, softly, as you drift, I allow it. I allow good. I allow ease. I allow love. I allow peace. Choose one that feels most natural and let it settle. Now I want you to feel the difference between I want and I allow. I want can still carry hunger, it can still carry distance, but I allow carries acceptance. It implies the thing is already near enough to be received. So let the inner yes be, I allow. Now if you wish, you may imagine a simple symbol. In my lectures I often spoke in images, because the subconscious speaks in images. Imagine a door. You stand before it. On the other side is the state you desire. You do not need to know what is behind every room. You only need to know the feeling of that room. Now you place your hand on the handle, and you open it. And as the door opens, you feel warm air, gentle light, friendliness. That is the inner yes. Now step through. And once you step through, do not look back. Looking back is the old habit of checking the past for proof. Looking back is the mind asking, but am I allowed? You are already through the door, so stay. Now to stay in the state, you do not strain. You simply feel it again and again, until it becomes familiar. So we will do it now, slowly, like rocking a child to sleep. Yes, yes. And as you say yes, you are not saying yes to a particular event only. You are saying yes to yourself. You are saying yes to life. You are saying yes to the version of you who lives without begging. Now you may notice your mind drifting. Let it drift. We are not trying to keep the mind sharp. We are trying to lull it into receptivity. As you drift, I will speak as though you are already half asleep, because that is exactly where the impression is made. Tonight you do not carry tomorrow like a burden. Tonight you do not carry people's moods like a verdict. Tonight you do not carry old stories like chains. Tonight you let the body sleep, and you let the state remain. The state is yes. Now let me show you something. The inner yes is not only for receiving. It also changes the way you respond. Because tomorrow, if something happens that would normally upset you, the inner yes will give you a different posture. You will not collapse into fear. You will not rush to conclusions. You will not speak the old language of doom. You will remain steady, and that steadiness will alter the outcome. So imagine this as part of tomorrow. Something small happens that would normally irritate you or worry you. Perhaps there is a delay. Perhaps there is a small misunderstanding. Perhaps something does not happen exactly as you expected. In your old state, you would say, "There it is. Life is against me." But in the new state, you simply remain calm. You feel the yes, and you interpret the delay differently. You say inwardly, "It is still working out." And because you remain in the state, you do not feed the old pattern, and the pattern cannot continue. Now see the situation resolving easily. See it smoothing out. See it turning in your favor. See it as a confirmation that the yes is deeper than appearances. That is important. The inner yes is not fragile. It does not collapse at the first contradiction. It persists quietly, and reality rearranges itself around it. Now let us make this even more personal. Think of one area of your life where you have felt life saying no, just one. Do not list them all. We do not need to awaken the whole old state, only touch one. Now, without anger, without blame, recognize that the no was never final. The no was an echo. And now, in this moment, you replace it. You say inwardly, softly, yes. Now imagine that area of life, as though it has already softened. If it is money, feel relief. Feel the calm of being provided for. Feel the sense of enoughness. Feel the ease of paying what must be paid without fear. If it is love, feel the warmth of being cherished. Feel the safety of being wanted. Feel the simplicity of affection that does not require performance. If it is health, feel the body at ease. Feel the comfort of moving without strain. Feel gratitude not as a forced emotion, but as a natural response to well-being. If it is peace of mind, feel the quiet. Feel the gentle space between thoughts. Feel the mind no longer hunting for danger. Whatever it is, let the feeling be the yes. Do not describe it in words too much. Feel it. Now let the feeling become normal. This is crucial. The subconscious accepts what feels normal. It rejects what feels like fantasy. So do not make the yes feel like a miracle. Make it feel like home. Now I want you to imagine a simple closing moment for tomorrow, because the subconscious loves endings. Imagine tomorrow night. You are lying in bed, as you will later, and you feel something satisfaction. Not because every detail was perfect, but because the day agreed with you more than it used to, because life was kinder, because you were steadier, because something shifted. And in that imaginal tomorrow night, you say softly, "It's working. It's working." And you fall asleep with gratitude. Now notice what we have done. We have taken the end of tomorrow and brought it into tonight. We have planted it as a seed. And now, you do not dig it up. You do not inspect it. You do not keep asking if it is growing. You simply sleep. Now if your mind begins to wander again to the old worries, do not scold yourself. Just return. Return to the inner yes. Yes, yes, yes. And if you need a single sentence to carry you down into deeper sleep, let it be this: tomorrow agrees with me. Say it inwardly, slowly. Tomorrow agrees with me. And again, tomorrow agrees with me. Now let the words fade and let the feeling remain. Because it is not the sentence that changes tomorrow. It is the state. And the state is agreement. The state is permission. The state is yes. Now as you drift, I will speak to the deeper part of you, the part that does not argue, the path that accepts. You do not have to struggle. You do not have to push. You do not have to convince anyone. You only have to consent within. That consent is the inner yes, and once you have given it, life will give you its echo. So sleep now, gently. Let the body go. Let the mind soften. And let the inner yes remain like a quiet lamp burning through the night. Tomorrow will not be a stranger to you. Tomorrow will be your own state made visible. Tomorrow will answer the only question that matters. And the question is not, will life say yes? The question is, what have you accepted as true within? So accept this now and rest. Yes, yes. And let tomorrow be the faithful outpicturing of that inner yes. Remain exactly where you are, and do not be concerned if the mind still carries fragments of the day. The day is only an echo. It has no authority here. Here, as you rest, you return to the only power that has ever been yours. I have spoken to you of the inner yes, and you may already sense how the atmosphere of your being changes when you no longer argue with your own good. Now I want to take you one step deeper, into something you have forgotten you possess. The ability to let life move without your strain. The ability to allow the door to open while you rest. Most people believe the door opens only when they push it with effort, when they pound upon it, when they plead, when they explain themselves, when they prove themselves. And so they exhaust themselves at a door that was never meant to be forced. They think the world is withholding, and they do not realize they are the ones holding. Tonight, you will not push. Tonight, you will not demand. Tonight, you will rest in a state that makes the opening inevitable. And you will learn, not as a theory, but as a feeling, that there is a kind of rest that is not idleness, but power. So let the body become heavier now. If you are lying down, let the mattress receive you completely. If you are seated, let the chair take your weight. Let the shoulders drop. Let the jaw unclench. Let the tongue rest easily. The face may soften, as though you are already half asleep, because that is where we want to be. The body does not need to help. The body only needs to be permitted to sleep. Now as you breathe, do not regulate it by will. Simply observe it as it slows on its own, like a tide that withdraws. With each breath out, feel the day leaving you. With each breath in, feel quiet entering you. There is nothing you must solve. There is nothing you must fix right now. There is nothing you must chase. There is only the state you accept. Heal. Now I want you to imagine something very simple, because simplicity is the language of the subconscious. Imagine that you are standing in a quiet corridor. It is not a frightening corridor, not a cold one. It is peaceful. There is a gentle stillness there. The way the world feels in the late hours, when most have ceased their striving. In this corridor there is a door. You do not need to decorate it. You do not need to name it. You do not need to measure it. You only need to know what it represents. This door represents the condition you desire, the life you want, the change that has seemed delayed, the relief you have longed for, the opportunity you have waited for, the love you want to feel, the peace you want to live in. This is the door. Now notice something carefully. You are not running toward it. You are not frantic. You are not bargaining. You are simply there. And the door is there. Between you and the door is not distance. Between you and the door is only state. And so you will not force the door. You will become the one for whom it opens naturally. That is the difference between those who struggle and those who receive. One tries to move the world. The other moves within, and the world follows. So look at the door, quietly, and feel what you usually feel when you face your desire. Do you feel urgency? Do you feel doubt? Do you feel the old story that says, "It never opens for me"? Do not condemn yourself if you do. Simply notice, not as a judge, but as a witness. Now gently begin to change the feeling. You are not changing the door. You are changing yourself. The feeling you want is not desperation. The feeling you want is not longing. The feeling you want is ownership. The feeling you want is permission. The feeling you want is calm expectation. the quiet knowing of someone who belongs on the other side. So, without moving in the corridor, feel something within your chest shift. It is as though you remember your right to be there. You remember you have been invited. And now you inwardly say, not loudly, not with effort, but with authority, "It opens for me." Let that sentence be soft and final. It opens for me. And as you say it, do not say it like a hope. Say it like a fact you are becoming familiar with. It opens for me. Now notice how your body responds. The body is honest. It will tell you whether you are persuading or accepting. If you feel strain, soften again. If you feel resistance, let it pass. Return to the quiet authority. It opens for me. Now, I want you to imagine that you do not touch the door at all. That may seem strange, because you have been trained to believe you must touch everything, manage everything, push everything. But tonight you will learn the secret of true creation. The door opens by itself when you are in the state that matches the open door. So stand there still and feel the end. What is the end? Not the process, not the waiting, not the struggle. The end is the door is open. So feel what you would feel if the door were already open. Relief, a quiet joy, a calm certainty, the sense that you no longer have to persuade life to cooperate. Let that feeling be the atmosphere around you in this corridor. Now, as you feel it, imagine the smallest change. A click, not a loud sound. A gentle click. The click is the inner shift. The click is your consent. The click is the assumption taking root. Hear that click now. And when you hear it, do not become excited and anxious. Do not leap forward. Remain calm, as though this is the most natural thing in the world, because it is. Now imagine the door easing open, just slightly. A sliver of light appears through the opening. And the light is not harsh, it is warm, it is welcoming. It is the kind of light that feels like home. Now I want you to resist the old habit of rushing. Do not run through the door. Do not demand proof. Do not begin listing all the reasons it should open wider. Simply stand and feel the warmth of the light. This is the feeling of your wish fulfilled. This is the secret. You are not trying to make the opening happen. You are letting the opening be the reflection of the state you occupy. Now allow the door to open a little more. Again, gently, effortlessly, as though an unseen hand has simply decided, now. And as it opens, notice what you feel. You feel allowed. You feel received. You feel the end of resistance. Now, step forward in imagination. One step, not a leap, a simple step. And as you step, you are not stepping as the old self who wonders if it is permitted. You are stepping as the one for whom it is normal. Now you cross the threshold, and as you cross it, I want you to feel the most important thing you will feel all night, the naturalness of your new state. Not the thrill, not the shock, the naturalness. Because the naturalness is what impresses the deeper self. So let yourself be in the room beyond the door. You do not need to see every detail. Perhaps you see very little. That is not important. What matters is the feeling of being there. This room is the reality you desire. And now, in this room, I want you to do something that implies you already live here. You may sit down as though it belongs to you. You may touch something as though it is familiar. You may breathe and feel how differently you breathe when you are no longer waiting. Let it be simple. Now let a scene arise that would happen if this were truly your life. If you desire peace, imagine a morning in which you awaken without dread. Imagine the mind quiet. Imagine the day friendly. If you desire love, imagine a conversation filled with warmth, where you are met, where you are understood, where you are wanted. If you desire prosperity, imagine the ease of handling your affairs, the calm of paying what must be paid, the quiet confidence of knowing you are provided for. If you desire health, imagine your body moving with ease, your sleep deep and restorative, your energy returning. Choose one scene. Only one. Let it be short. Let it be like a photograph that has life in it. And now, become immersed in it. Do not watch it as though it is a play. Enter it. Feel it. Hear what you would hear. Feel the atmosphere. Feel your own expression. Feel the subtle difference in your posture, in your breathing, in your inner speech. Now there is a sentence you might naturally say in that scene. Not a dramatic declaration, but a simple remark that implies the wish is done. Perhaps you say, I knew it would work out. Perhaps you say, it feels so good to be here. Perhaps you say, everything is finally in place. Let one sentence arise, and speak it inwardly, softly, as you fall deeper into rest. Now notice, you are not asking for the door to open. You are living as though it already has. That is prayer. Prayer is not begging. Prayer is assumption. Prayer is occupancy. Prayer is being. Now in your imagination, allow yourself to remain in that room beyond the door for a little longer. Not to strain, but to familiarize yourself. Familiarity is the key. The subconscious yields to what is familiar. So let the new state become familiar. Let it become ordinary. Let it feel like the way things are. Now I want you to understand something. Many of you have tried to change your life by thinking new thoughts while remaining in the same state. You have spoken fine words, but you have gone to sleep feeling the same old feeling, and the feeling is the state, and the state is what projects itself. So tonight, we do not fight thoughts. We simply establish a state as we drift into sleep, and that state is the open door. Now, as you remain in this imaginal room, you may find the mind wandering back to the corridor, back to the old fears, back to the old doubts. That is all right. The mind has old habits. Like an old coat, it reaches for out of familiarity. But you do not have to wear that coat tonight. If the mind wanders, simply return to the feeling of the open door. You may even hear the click again, softly, like a reminder. Click, it opens, and you are already inside. Now I will speak in a slower tone now, because I want you to drift. The more you drift, the more receptive you become. Tonight, while your body rests, life rearranges itself. Not because you force it, but because you have moved into the state that demands a rearrangement. You have entered the room beyond the door, and the world you call tomorrow will echo the room you occupy tonight. Now, if you wish, you can let the door represent not only one desire, but a general favor. You can feel simply that life is on your side, that life is not a battle, that the world is not a hard place you must conquer, that it is a mirror and you have changed what it reflects. So let that be the atmosphere now. Life is in your favor, not as a fragile hope, but as a quiet knowing. Now imagine tomorrow again, briefly. Do not plan the entire day, just touch the beginning. Imagine opening your eyes and feeling as though something has softened. Imagine stepping into the day with a gentleness, with a steadiness, with an inner permission. And as you move through the day, you notice small doors opening. The conversation becomes easy. A person becomes kind. An opportunity appears. A delay becomes a blessing. A worry dissolves. Do not insist on the details. Let them be suggested. The point is the feeling, the doors open. They open because you rest. They open because you have ceased. The inner resistance. Now I want you to let the body become heavier again. If the eyelids are not already closed, let them close gently. If they are closed, let the darkness behind them feel like velvet. You do not need to hold images sharply now. You do not need to visualize with effort. Feeling is enough. So let the image fade, and let the feeling remain. The door is open. You are received, you are allowed, and now, there is one more subtle thing. When the door opens, while you rest, you stop interfering. You stop checking. You stop trying to control the bridge of events. That is the test for many. They assume the state at night, and then in the morning they rush to see if it worked. They look for proof. They demand signs. They measure. And in measuring, they return to the state of not having. So I tell you gently, tomorrow, do not test it. Do not interrogate the day. Do not ask, is it happening? Live as though it is happening. Walk with the quietness of one whose door has already opened. Speak with the simplicity of one who is already inside. And if something seems contrary, do not panic. Remember, the shadow is old. The substance is new. Return to the room. Return to the feeling. return to the open door. Now, as you drift into sleep, you may repeat one sentence in a whisper of consciousness, so lightly that it feels like a lullaby. It opens for me. Again, it opens for me. And again, softer. It opens for me. Let the words dissolve into feeling. Let the feeling dissolve into sleep. And as you sleep, know this: you are not asleep to your power. You are resting in it. You are resting as the operant power. You are resting as the one who chooses. So rest now. The door opens while you rest. And tomorrow, you will not have to force the world to cooperate. You will simply witness it, because you have changed the only thing that ever needed to change the state from which you sleep. And life will answer that state faithfully, inevitably, and naturally. Now go deeper. Deeper into quiet. Deeper into ease. Deeper into the room where the door is already open. And let sleep seal it, gently, completely, as though a great hand has placed a period at the end of your prayer. It is done. It is open. It is yours. Let us go on, quietly, as though we never left the hush of the night. You have already felt what it is to rest while the door opens. Now I will take you to the very heart of my message, the simplest act that changes everything: falling asleep in the wish fulfilled. Do not make this complicated. The human mind delights in complication, because complication gives it a reason to postpone. It says, I must learn more. I must prepare more. I must be certain first. And in that postponement, it remains the same man, the same woman, repeating the same day in different clothing. But the law is simple. You do not get what you want by wanting. You do not get what you want by pleading, or by fear, or by strain. You become what you want by assuming you already are. And the most natural moment to assume is the moment you are drifting into sleep, because then you are no longer arguing. You are no longer defending the old story. You are yielding. So let your body settle again, as though it were made for rest. If you are lying down, feel the weight of your legs sinking. Feel the calves soften, the knees relax, the thighs grow heavy. Let the hips release. Let the abdomen loosen. Let the chest become quiet. Let the shoulders fall away from the ears, as though the day finally has no claim upon you. There is nothing you need to fix tonight. Nothing you need to figure out tonight. The whole world can wait. It has waited long enough for you to remember who you are. Now listen carefully, because what I say now is the key. We are not trying to get something. We are not trying to make tomorrow different by force. We are selecting a state and surrendering to it as we fall asleep. Your state is your life. Your state is your home. Your state is your world. And so tonight you will sleep in the end. When I say the wish fulfilled, I am not speaking of the wish as a distant object. I am speaking of the feeling you would have if your desire were already a fact. That feeling is the state, and the state, once assumed, becomes your reality. So ask yourself, gently, without effort, what is it you want? You do not need to list 10 things. Choose one. Just one. The one that, if it were true, would soften you. The one that, if it were done, would bring relief to your chest and quiet to your mind. Now do not concern yourself with how it could come to pass. That is the mind's old habit. It wants the bridge before it will accept the end. But I tell you, the bridge always follows the end. The means follow the state. The world rearranges after you have assumed. So let the how go, as you would let go of a stone you no longer need to carry. Now we will approach it in the simplest way. Imagine a single short scene that would be true if your wish were already fulfilled. It must be a scene that implies completion. Not something you do to get it, but something you do because you already have it. If you desire to be secure, perhaps you see yourself looking at a letter and you feel relief. Not excitement, but relief. The matter is settled. If you desire harmony in a relationship, perhaps you hear the voice of someone dear to you speaking with warmth, and you feel that quiet sense of reconciliation. The conflict is gone. If you desire prosperity, perhaps you imagine yourself holding your purse or your wallet, or handling a payment, and you feel no tightening in the body, only ease. You are not counting anxiously. You are simply living as one who has enough and more than enough. If you desire health, perhaps you feel yourself rising in the morning with lightness, and you notice how natural it feels to breathe deeply, how ordinary it feels to be well. Choose one scene. Keep it short. A few seconds, no more. The subconscious is impressed by repetition, not length. And what impresses it most is feeling. So now let that scene form lightly. Do not strain to see it. It is not a test. Let it be suggestive, like a memory that is almost real. Now enter it. Do not watch yourself in it. Be yourself in it. Look from your own eyes. Feel from within your own body. And as you enter it, I want you to notice the emotion that naturally arises when it is done. That emotion is what you are really after. Not the picture, but the feeling tone. Is it relief? Is it peace? Is it gratitude? Is it quiet satisfaction? Is it a gentle joy? Let that feeling begin to spread through you now, as though it were a warm cloth placed over the heart. Now you may find the mind says, but it isn't true. Of course it will say that. It has rehearsed the old state for years. It thinks it is protecting you by insisting upon the evidence of the senses. But the senses show you yesterday, and I am interested in tomorrow. So when the mind protests, do not fight it. Fighting gives it importance. Simply return to the feeling again, as you would return to your breath, as you would return to a melody you love. Return to the scene, return to the end, and repeat the little scene gently, as though it were rocking you to sleep. Again, you experience it. Again, you feel it. Again, you are there. And as you repeat it, let it become more natural each time. Not more dramatic, more natural. You see, the secret is not intensity as excitement. The secret is intensity as reality. When something is real, you do not shout, you do not strain, you do not tremble, you simply accept. So let your scene have the tone of acceptance. Now I will give you a simple guide, not as numbered steps, but as a private whisper. Listen and let it wash over you. When the world grows dim, and the sounds of the day become distant, you are approaching the doorway of the subconscious. Most people cross that threshold unconsciously. They carry the day's disappointments into sleep. They rehearse arguments. They count worries. They revisit old hurts. And then they wake and wonder why life repeats. But you tonight will cross consciously. You will choose what you carry into that deeper chamber. You will carry the end. Now feel your eyelids heavier, not because you are forcing sleep, but because you are allowing it. The body knows how. It has always known how. The only thing it needed was permission. Allow your breath to deepen slightly, not deliberately, but as it naturally does when you begin to relax. And as you relax, let the scene return again. Perhaps you hear a voice saying, "I'm so happy for you," or "It worked out beautifully," or "Everything is settled now." Perhaps you feel your own voice replying quietly, "Yes, it's done," or "Isn't it wonderful?" or simply, "Thank you." The exact words do not matter, as long as they imply completion. Now, notice something. If you were truly living in the wish fulfilled, you would not be pleading, you would not be bargaining, you would not be scanning for signs, you would not be rehearsing what you fear, you would be resting. So let your inner posture be rest. Now for a moment, allow the body to fall even more deeply into the bed, as though gravity has increased gently. Feel the sheet against your skin, the blanket's weight, the support beneath you. And now, allow your imaginal scene to become less like effort and more like drift. You are not holding it tightly. You are letting it float. Repeat it again, softly. You are there. It is done. You feel it. Now I want to speak plainly to the part of you that still doubts. There is always a part that doubts. It has been trained to doubt. It has been trained to survive by anticipating disappointment. It thinks that if it expects less, it will not be hurt. But I tell you that very protection has become your prison. The subconscious does not reward caution. It reflects assumption. And so you must dare to assume what you want is already true. Not for the sake of pretending, but for the sake of selecting. For all states exist. Wealth exists. Love exists. Peace exists. Freedom exists. Health exists. They are not created by the world. They are entered in consciousness. So tonight, you enter. Now, if the mind wanders, return again. If you lose the scene, return again. If you become anxious, return to the feeling of relief. You may say inwardly, with a softness that feels like surrender, "It is done." And then you let the words fade into feeling. It is done. Now let me show you the difference between effort and assumption. Effort feels like you are trying to pull something toward you. Assumption feels like you have stopped pulling because it is already yours. So if you feel effort, you soften, you release, you cease the pulling, and you simply dwell. Dwell in the end. Dwell in the feeling. Dwell in the wish fulfilled, as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Now I will speak to you as I have spoken to audiences in my time, in quiet rooms where men and women sat with their own burdens and their own hopes. I would say to them, the night is your friend, not because the night does anything, but because you do something in the night that you do not do in the day you surrender. In surrender, the subconscious accepts. In surrender, the seed is planted. And what you plant in the night, you reap in the day. So tonight, you plant the feeling of being the one who has it. Now let the scene come once more, and this time allow yourself to linger in the feeling after it ends. Let the little scene finish, and then remain in the mood it creates. This mood is like perfume. You do not chase it. You wear it. Wear the mood of fulfillment. Wear the mood of being chosen, supported, provided for, loved, protected, secure. Wear it like a garment as you drift. Now you may ask, but Neville, what if my day has been terrible? What if my circumstances are painful? What if there is evidence against my desire? I tell you, the day is only evidence of what you have previously assumed. It has no authority over what you assume now. Do not let a shadow dictate the substance. Do not let yesterday's echo command tonight's voice. Choose now, and then go to sleep in your choice. Now I want you to imagine something even simpler than a scene, because some find scenes difficult when tired. Imagine only this, the feeling of a fulfilled heart, a settled heart, a heart that no longer asks, will it happen? A heart that quietly knows, it has happened. Let that feeling be enough. You do not need a picture if the feeling is present. And when the feeling is present, you are already doing it. Now let the body sink further. Let the fingers relax. If they are curled, allow them to open slightly. Let the arms feel heavy. Let the legs feel heavy. Let the forehead smooth. And as you drift, you may notice that the line between imagination and sleep begins to blur. That is perfect. That is the very threshold. At that threshold, do not snap yourself awake by trying too hard. Do not tighten. Do not correct. Simply remain in the mood. If the scene becomes faint, let it. If the words become faint, let them. What you want is the mood. The mood is the seed. Now, as you are nearly asleep, you may repeat your little scene once more, like a final, gentle impression. You hear the voice. You feel the relief. You know it is done. And then you let yourself drift without holding anything. Now, I want you to understand what will happen next, so you do not undo it. You may wake in the morning and see no immediate change. Do not be alarmed. The seed has been planted. The bridge of events is forming. You do not dig up the seed to check it. You do not interrogate it. You do not demand it show itself at once. You simply live from the assumption that it is done. If you think of it tomorrow, think of it as something already accomplished, not as something you are still trying to get. And that is the difference between the man who manifests and the man who only hopes. Hope keeps it distant. Assumption makes it present. So tomorrow, if you find yourself wanting to worry, remember tonight's feeling. Return to it, not in struggle, but in recognition. And the world, in its own way, will mirror you. Now I will remain with you for a little while longer, and speak softly as one speaks to a dear friend who is drifting into sleep. You are not here to force life. You are here to choose yourself. You are not here to beg the world for permission. You are here to remember. You are the operant power. You are not here to wait for circumstances to give you the feeling. You are here to give yourself the feeling, and let circumstances follow. So rest now. Let the wish be fulfilled now. Not later, not when you see proof. Now. And as you rest in it, you may feel a quiet sweetness come over you. A sense of being held, a sense of being guided, a sense of the burden lifting without explanation. That is the sign you have touched the state. Do not analyze it. Do not label it. Remain in it. Now the little scene again, softly, as though it were the last thought before sleep. It is done. It is done. It is done. And the words dissolve into silence, and the silence becomes sleep. Sleep now in the wish fulfilled. Let your body sleep. Let your mind drift. And let your deeper self accept, completely, naturally, and without strain, that what you have assumed is already true. For this is the law: what you assume and feel as real and persist in must harden into fact. So tonight, persist only long enough to fall asleep within it, and sleep will do the rest. It is done. Now rest. My dear friend, I leave you with this. Life is always answering. It is always saying yes. The only question is, what are you being when you fall asleep? Tonight, do not plead. Do not force. Do not chase. Simply assume the end. Feel it as natural, and let yourself drift in the quiet certainty that it is done. Sleep in that state. Rise in that state. And you will watch with calm wonder as the world rearranges itself to agree with you. Good night.